showtime. Wow. 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 We have to send some shout out going out to Joanne Jimenez in the house. Much love going out to Joanne Jimenez. Much love going out to my fam Amber Ham in the house. Much love, much love. Also, big old shout outs going out to all the Tiger Eye Show family members Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? This has been one for the books. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Gavino Promotions, for putting this together. Much love going out to Gavino. How many of y'all know who that guy was up there singing? That did y'all see the shoes? Did y'all see the shoes? He owes me a pair of shoes. He told me, Tiger, I'm gonna get you some of those, Tiger. And I still haven't got those shoes yet. Because you know DJ Tiger Maes is known for his shoes. But I need those shoes because I'm gonna be in I'm gonna be in Pasadena this week. And I need those shoes. So I'm gonna ask him, where in the flip flop did you get them shoes? But before we bring on Mr. Anthony Quintanilla, we're gonna bring on my new co-host, and when it's rock and roll time, let's bring her on. Are y'all ready? Natalia, how you doing, fam?
Good, good. I'm
How
so
you
glad to be
doing?
here. Doing
Oh,
good. Finally, I got my hair, fixed, my makeup done. I don't look crazy.
You passed the initiation.
Yeah.
That's what I gotta say. We're gonna say a big old shout out going out to my brother from another mother, TJ Gonzalez. That vato right there on the wall of fame. Y'all be looking out for TJ Gonzalez doing big things. And we are also live on my YouTube channel, Bobby Joe Mays. Y'all go check it out. We are live there. You can relive this live on Bobby Joe Mays, my YouTube channel. Natalia,
Yes.
we are here, the moment of truth. I go way back with this guy. Grupo Potente. These guys to me have always been the number one conjunto show band. If you if you ever have seen him and his brother, and I was blessed to get to meet them, and I asked them, I asked them, can y'all still jam? I asked him, can y'all still jam? And he's like, Tiger, what you talking about? We jam all the time. But you know what? I asked him, can y'all still do this? And we might get him to get up and try it on the Tiger Ice show. Because you know how we do it. So
Yes.
I can see him right now and he's sweating. He might be cutting out before he even cuts in. Are y'all ready? Because he's fixing to bless all the Tiger Ice Show family members with a little something going like this.
Together for Potente.
Linda morenita de ojitos cafés, yo te quiero mucho, ya volví otra vez, sabes que te quiero con todo el corazón.
my goodness! The number one conjunto show, man. Always imitated. Will never be duplicated.
Y ahora, juntos los dos, viviremos felices. Bien sabes, mi amor, nunca amor en mi vida. Me olvido de ti, mi amor y mi vida. Solo son para ti, solo son para ti, solo son para ti. Gracias, San Antonio. Un grito por ahí. Eso, puro potente.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that? Puro potente. Are y'all ready? Let's bring them on.
Yeah.
The man of the hour. What's going on, big guy?
Taking me too far back with that, man. Come on. And I already know you already led with that. Am I going to be able to do that, man? I don't know about that. This is the first video. Now, that was last year, so I can still do that. Now, I don't know about all that. I'm like, I could probably go down, but it's the coming up part that's going to get me, man. ACLs, MCLs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Tiger,
I
thank
don't
you
think
for
I can
having
do
me
that
on,
either.
man. I appreciate it. Natalia, congratulations on your first show
Thank
here
you,
with
thank you.
Tiger. I hope that
Thank
there's
you.
many more and that you guys build a lot of chemistry and look forward to seeing the show with both of you on.
Yes,
you.
thank you. Just had a big old shout outs going out to my brother from another mother, Conjunto Ben from SAS Radio. Much
Hey,
love,
come on, the bin.
much love going out
Conjunto
to all
Ben.
the wonderful SAS Radio family. I started off with SAS Radio, so thank y'all to DJ SAS and all the wonderful staff at SAS Radio. Anthony,
Yes, sir.
where in the flip did y'all come out with doing that move right there, Vato?
Wait, which one? Which one?
When you just felt straight back, man.
Oh, man. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, everybody has their little flavor. I mean, we first saw the Chamacos do it, but they had their own little way of doing it. It was very, I mean, we I guess because we were real skinny and Jaime and Juan weren't quite as thin as we were, so it didn't look the same. You know what I mean? So, and I mean, I'll take it a step further. When I remember a show, and I was just talking about this on another interview. I remember because I would get so juiced up, man. I would just boom, just with all the crowd and the people, and just boom. So we were in Seguin one time, long time ago, and we were playing with Elsa Garcia, and we were playing on this. It was all cement. The stage is about 3.5, 4 feet tall, big block. And man, I just jumped in the air. I had never tried this, man. I don't know. I just jumped in the air, tucked my legs under, and boom, fell head bounced off the cement. My drummer's like, "Is he gonna get up?" I didn't even miss a beat, man. It was so I had so much adrenaline. Now the next day I had a big bump, but the rest of the show I didn't even know. So this is true. So ask Johnny when you see him.
Wow.
You have to do a lot of stretching to do all those moves. No.
None. I'm not a person that needs to stretch even today. Even when I work out, I do minimal stretches because I don't need to. I don't pull a lot of muscles. I just don't need a lot of stretching. And in those days, menos. I was so flexible today, and I got the flexibility. But then I mean, for a guy, I had some super flexibility when I was 18, 19 years old. Let me tell you, it could rival girls. Let me tell you what flexibility that I had in those days. That's why you could pull off some of that stuff.
Shout outs. We're going to keep it going. We got to set some shout outs going out to Joanna Pena, the lovely wife of Gilbert Pena from Los Hermanos Pena out of Dimmitt, Texas. Much love also going out to Alexis Renee in the house. Thank you for joining this special Monday
Thank you.
edition of the Tiger Eye Show. Conjunto Ben says, "Hey,
Hello.
Natalie."
What's up,
Hey.
Conjunto Ben? He plays a lot of our songs, man. He's great.
Yes.
I
He's
mean,
a
he's a
great
big
guy.
fan. Yeah, man. He texts me, man. I'm gonna play your music. I said, man, that's awesome, man. I never, as a musician, an artist, I never get tired of hearing my music. You know what I mean? And to see that somebody likes our music enough to play it like that, and then let me know. And I said, man, I appreciate it. All the love. Same thing, Tiger. I mean, every time I see you, man, you always treat us, my brother and I, since I first met you. I've known you longer than my brother, but just real good people. You and your wife, Melanie, same thing, man. Treat us really, really good, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, we're gonna, Natalia, we're gonna let you. Do you have any questions for our brother Anthony?
So, how did y'all come up with the creativity of all the dancing moves that y'all do? Were you the ringleader of it all, or did everybody
Well,
have an
actually,
input?
yeah. Well, the chamacos obviously were the innovators of that, and uh, strangely enough, when we first began, my dad was a big fan of the Relámpagos, Ramón Ayala, Palomo el Gorrión. That was the music he liked. So when we're being brought up, he's just showing us that music, you know. So and then we met our bass player at the time, we're still good friends, Ali Garza. He comes and he gets in the band. We get him in the band. We don't even know how to play, you know. We're just messing around. And he brings a cassette because in those days it was cassettes. Okay, we're going back. It was cassette. So boom, put it on. They were the radio. You had to wait now to record it from the radio. Okay, onto the cassette deck. Okay, so he bringing it. This is what y'all need to play. Boom, me salta el complejo. Like whoa, bro, un complejo para los chamacos. I had blown away. I never heard anything like that in my life. And then because they used to go to Carson City and play at Benito Juarez, which was about 10, 12 blocks down from where we lived in the barrio. You could walk to it. And he would go watch them, but I didn't know who they were. And he was like, man, this is what they do. And he starts laying down on the ground. They do this. And like, wow, blown away, brother. So I'm like, we can do that. Come on, let's try that. We have una casita bien pobrecita que vivíamos, little tiny, what do you call it, living room. We'd be there. We found a drummer, put him in there. And ahí estamos, boom, boom, boom. Until, all of a sudden, next thing you know, I mean, you're in a competition. We're with Freddie Records, and then we're there at the Tejano Music Awards. It is what it is.
Speaking of the Tejano Music Awards, brother, how did it feel to be up there on the biggest stage in Tejano, in the Tejano industry? The Tejano Awards is that for us Tejanos. That's the Grammys. How did it feel?
Dude, that was the biggest attendance of all of them. That was a 16th annual thing. It was 55,000 because you remember there was a couple of years they had it there in the Alamo Dome before they moved it. I don't know where they moved it afterwards, but that was a pinnacle of Tejano music. And we were fortunate enough to be in the middle of it at that time. And I remember the attendance, 55,000. You can't forget that. I mean, I remember looking before coming out, I poked around the curtain like that. I told the guys, all right, okay, guys, just calm down. It's all right. But then just kind of focus in the middle somewhere. Don't look around too much because, I mean, we, in our genre, shows don't come together too much. I mean, with that type of crowd, you know what I mean? You get 4, 5, 6,000 people. And I mean, that's a large venue with a lot of people for our genre to play in front of 55,000 people for all the bands there. It's huge. And, of course, that same year we ended up playing in Vegas and the Tejano that year. It was the same thing it is, but like the early days of it. And it was the same thing. It was phenomenal to be there and to see all, I mean, the who's who of the Tejano industry. We're a band, yeah, but I mean, we are, how could I say, we're fans as well. You know what I mean? I mean, you seen Bobby Pulido, Tropa F. I mean, you name it, they're all there. It was a wonderful experience. And like I said, that year was they had the most people, and then it just tailed off. I'm not gonna get into that, but it felt great, and it was a experience that we would cherish for the rest of our lives. That's for sure.
Wow, we got some more Tiger Eye Show family members. My fam, Sammy Torres, tuning in all the way from Lubbock, Texas. Much love, much love. Also got the awesome Juan Mendoza Jr. from
What's up, Juan?
Tejano TV, Three Amigos. Much
The
love,
Three
much love.
Amigos.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Juan Mendoza. Man, I would love to be on Tejano TV, man. I'm gonna have to hook up with somebody awesome like Anthony Quintanilla, see if he's got the
Oh.
connections for DJ
Here's
Tiger
one.
Maes to
See
come
one
on
now.
the
Now I'm taking Tejano TV to everywhere I go. Now I'm like, man, that's a lot of pressure. One.
yeah. Now everybody wants to be on Tejano TV. Uh,
Oh yeah.
Shout outs also going out to Sean Michael Cadillo. Papi Chulos are in the house. Much love going out to all the wonderful guys from Papi Chulos. Also Beatriz Rojas, Grupo Destino. Much love, much love.
Hello.
We are here with the man behind the plan, Mr. Anthony Quintanilla, Grupo Pote. Anthony,
Yep.
I
What's up?
have a question. I have a
Talk to me.
question.
Come on. I know it's gonna
Who
be a good one.
who is your musical influence?
Well, that depends. You know, you get see. She asked me. Natalia asked me back in the day. You see what I'm saying? Now that just depends on what year we're talking about. You know, because that changes because as you evolve, influences. What do you call it? They change. Yeah, you know, like I said at that time, it was Ramon Ayala and uh what do you call it, El Palomo de Gorrion, then obviously the Chamacos, and then from there, I mean, on Puro Potente, we have a show that we do every Friday at 8, and this past episode, my brother found an 8x10 poster of Albert Zamora. Bro, the respect, say, oh man, we used to be huge fans, bro, man, and we'd go to Victoria, we'd sit there, Roberto's watching, guys, here we all had 8x10s. We're fans. I mean, yes, we're competitors, bands that competed against them with the same genre, but we were fans. I mean, we were the youngest of all of those three bands, Chamacos, Albert Zamora, and us. We were a little bit younger than all those guys. So, I mean, for us, we're starstruck. Nowadays, I mean, I like a lot of different bands outside this genre. You know what I mean? And I try to. You've seen Tiger. I've done some of my own music, and it's totally different than what we hear, what we do with Potente. But Potente obviously gives me a bigger platform to be able to talk to more people, and then of course I get to share that with my brother and my drummer Johnny Rodriguez. Those are my partners in Potente. So, and I always tell them to share finishing the ride. So it allows me to share that with them. And then the other guys in the band, Daniel Sanchez is great from Pecado. He's our bass player. I love his commitment to the band, and then Izzy, he just kind of rounds it out. You saw that first song that you played. I can't do all that dancing if I got to play the Bible. It don't look as cool, man. So how about Izzy, you play that so I can do that? I have to do that. That was a phenomenal show last year. Now I hadn't seen that video in forever. It's like, wow, I want to play. I want to do that again.
And talking about, sending some more shout outs. John Gibble Martinez, Grupo Stupidato in the house. He says, Saludos, Anthony.
What's up,
Grupo
John?
Stupidato out of Lubbock, Texas. Yeah, Lubbock, Texas is
Lubbock, Texas.
This.
Texas. And like, what do you call it? Bob in the Bamba. What? There's one out of Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock, Texas. That's right. That's right. Also, big old shout out going out to Christina Guerrero, CG Promotions. Everybody knows Christina Guerrero, the sister of the Windy City Boys.
That's right.
Calvino, Tony, Cruz, nephews from Cumbia Kings, the K1 to Proyecto Cumbia. Much love, much love. And with that being said, where do you get your fashion at, Anthony? Y'all seen Anthony's fashion? I know.
That was
I know
awesome.
he's a huge Michael Jackson fan. Where did that come from, brother?
Oh my goodness, I'm a colorful soul, brother. I really am. I don't know how the guys in the band. If you ask them, they'll say, "Man, I'm like that Energizer bunny that never stops." My wife always getting mad at me. Not everybody's like you. When we were doing the last video shoot, I told the guys I wanted to do it in 2 days, Friday and Saturday, right? Because I knew it was going to be a long video shoot, and I didn't want that. I still wanted to take pictures as well, and I told him, I said, okay, well, and then Daniel says, well, I only really want to take 1 day off. I said, okay. I said, it can be done in 1 day. I said, but hang on. You know what I mean? Get ready. It's going to be a long day. And sure enough, man, we started about lunchtime, my brother and I. The rest of the guys didn't get there till, I don't know, about 4 or 5. Anyway, we're going from location to location, and then it's about 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. My wife says, we're gonna take a break, 5 minute break. And so, you know what? Well, let's do the chair routine because I do a chair routine in there. And I said, let's practice. And my brother says, it's a break, you know. It's a break. And my wife says, not everybody's like you. I said, well, man, I mean, I want to keep going. I want to get to the end. You know what I mean? And then we get to the house about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and I'm hanging the curtains and everything. Boom, boom. And mind you, I've been at it all day. And Annabelle's looking at me like, oh, my goodness, this dude just never stops. I said, well, no, I want to see everything finished. I want to see all the pictures. I want to see the video finished right there. So that's what I'm saying. I got a colorful soul. So, like, my clothes, it shows that. You know what I mean? The shoes, I first wore the shoes, and everybody was laughing at me. Okay, mind you, I would wear the Texas Jam, and everybody's looking there, and I'm never gonna wear those shoes. I said, well, I'm gonna wear them. Boom! All of a sudden, we're going to gig, man. I mean, right there at Texas Jam, we play there all the time because Joe Silguero, he likes us, so he'll call us, hey, Anthony, you want to play? I say, yeah, let's do it. And so all of a sudden, the crowd, they're like, they're talking about the shoes, and I'm like, yeah. And I like those intimate settings because you don't have to talk into the mic. You're right there. I mean, literally, they're all right here. So I can be talking to them without the mic and talking right there and pointing at them. So I'm like, oh yeah, man, Timu, this and that, and it's just back and forth. That's where I get my clothes. I mean, a lot of my clothes from the Timu and Sheen, and that's the cool clothes. That's what I like. Now, some people don't like it. I had a comment here on one of the videos that said, y'all dress what he tacky or something like that. I'm like, man, well, that's your opinion. And I said, man, that jacket cost me like $350, man. So I'm like, dude, I don't know if that's tacky. Woo. I mean, God, Jesus, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, and those pants were 100 and some odd bucks. I mean, I because that clothes, I know for some people it looks tacky, but that clothes is not cheap. You know what I'm saying? Now the shoes aren't too bad, but that jacket, everybody, the guys, when I bought it, I won't ask the guys to buy it because, you know, I don't know everybody's financial situation. I don't want to put a strain on anybody. You know what I mean? I'm serious. You know, because you know a lot of bands, well, we're gonna go shopping. Well, some guys can afford it and easier, and other guys, well, you know, I don't know their financial situations. You know what I mean? And I don't want to put a strain on them. Well, you know what? I got to take some of my bill money or pull out of my account to save money to do this. You know, I don't feel comfortable asking people to do that. But for myself, let's go. I'm gone, man. I bought 2 jackets there. I got like 4 or 5 little jackets. And Tiger, you know, I got all the Michael Jackson jackets right here. All of them, all the leather jackets. I love it, bro.
That also makes you stand out. It makes you look different. People will remember you. Even though they don't like it, they will remember you.
That's it. Natalia, thank you for bringing that up because that's what I say all the time. I say, look, I remember, like, if you're talking about Cristina Guerrero, what do you call it? The Sombra. You go back to the days when the Sombra was the Sombra, even today, man. I watched, I seen they had the red outfits, they had the purple outfits, very similar to the way we dress. It's a throwback to the 90s. Man, that's when, man, you go in 1995, in that time, early, mid 90s, late 90s, the bands took pride in dressing up. I mean, bro, I remember Tormenta used to have some badass outfits. Like, dude, we're down Hemisphere one time, dude. That's when shows were shows, Tejano shows. I remember it was Selena and Moss closing that show. There was people passing out in the middle of the day. I saw Juan P. Moreno, Stephanie. I remember like if it was yesterday, bro. A sea of people downtown, man. Dude, I mean, I was there. Juan P. was playing around 3:30 or 4. People were passing out. The short people, Tiger, I'm not throwing it at you, but you would have not been able. Hey, you would have not been able to be in the middle of that crowd, bro, because you couldn't breathe. I was serious. My mom, my sister's like, I was a little bit taller, so I was like,
I'm only 4'9", so I
would make my way to the wall, pushing people, and then Juan's throwing posters. It was a front and center, man. I was jumping over the wall, catching them all. Shit, I caught like 3 or 4 of them. It was hot. They were pulling people out of that crowd because you could die today in a crowd like that. Because if you're in the middle, dude, if you're short, if you're under 5'8", bro, I wouldn't even get in there. I'm serious. You might die. And then at night, pues ya no estaba caliente, so it didn't matter. Dude, I remember seeing Selena up there. I was like, wow, just a sea of people. And then they had another stage over there where Mas was on. Sea of people. And Tormenta, I got to see them in the middle of the day. I got to see Jay around 6 or 7. That was when Jay had just started, man. He had Speedy on the bass. And I think, what's his name? I can't remember the name, the accordion player. The original guys in Gilbert Velasquez. Man, dude, that was an awesome show. But every band dressed, I mean, they were just dressed to impress. Today, that's what I kind of bummed out about when I see a lot of bands, it's just like, well, I got great talent. The talent level today, nobody's going to argue, is much better today. I mean, come on, 30 years later, the musicians are phenomenal. But the problem is that just because I'm great at playing, performing, I don't care how, nobody cares how I dress. But like you just said it, Natalia, when you get up there, you should want to dress to impress. A D on the Three Amigos, he says, this was back in the days. Well, remember, Culturas back in the 90s. He says,
Oh yes.
we would go pick up something that we would never wear on a daily basis. And then it was good enough to be on the stage. Exactly. I'm not going to be wearing these jackets with chains on to the store, to the mall. You know what I mean? But on stage, it looks cool. I don't know, man.
Uh, Sammy Torres says, "Oh no, Natalie Garza, I got to wear one of the cute outfit pieces you sent me at a gig, but I didn't get pics." Wow.
Well, please take pics next time. I sent
Big
her
bit
some
pics.
tops and stuff.
We have another awesome comment. John Gabriel Martinez says, "Blast from the past. We lost the battle of the bands to Potente in
No
1994.
way,
Always been a big fan. John Gabriel
bro.
Superado lost the battle of the bands to y'all in
What was the
'94.
name of the band that y'all were in? I might have remembered. That was that conjunto competition. Yeah, that's the one we won, and I want to say, that's the one where the winner won the recording contract to Freddie. That's got to be because that's the only one we won though, because it was the same one we did it the year before. We lost, and then we went back the next year and we won. So peligro, yes, okay, brother, I do
Peligro.
remember. Hey, dude, didn't they y'all come in third, right? Yeah, Peligro came in third, if I'm not mistaken, because a band from Austin came in second, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or was that the next year? I don't remember, but I remember Peligro. Oh yeah, I remember them.
Wow,
But you're talking about going back, brother.
that was going back. Grupo Peligro, yeah, out of Lubbock, yeah, 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 yeah.
I remember.
Wow, how did that feel, man? How did it feel winning?
Ah, dude, you know what? I don't ever focus in on the winning. What I focus in is the year before. Alma Tejana. That's right. Alma Tejana. I can't remember the guy. He used to play, the guy who played the accordion, like, used to like to play a lot of the Tropa F. That's how I knew him. We ended up putting the show with Alma Tejana in Corn City. They came down. We did the show. It didn't go great for us, but hell, we got to meet the guys. We got to jam out afterwards. It was fun, man. That accordion player was a really good accordion player. Like I tell you, I mean, I focused always more on the year before. It was depressing. It was at La Villita that first year, downtown La Villita, and we get in there, man. We were excited, man. We're gonna go. We thought we were gonna go win. Yeah, man. We great, everything, man. Then we went and performed, and we put in a good. I thought it was a good performance. Um, and was when we get off the stage that first year, got everybody and their mother saying, "Y'all don't worry, don't sweat it. Y'all gonna go to the finals." So I mean, we think we're for sure in. The people loved it. All the crowds telling us, "We're don't sweat it. We're gonna go to the finals." Not that we're gonna win, but we're at least gonna go to the finals. And then they start writing off the names, reading off the names that they made to the finals, and we were one of them. No, but they were giving away these Nolan Ryan, what do you call it, like notebooks, and I was happy to get it. No, I'm not even know how you. Bye, never coming back. No, it's not that I was a sore loser. I could take losing. That's okay because I mean, you don't win all the time. You know what I mean? What was most bothersome was that the crowd at large and all the bands, y'all for sure in. Y'all gonna make it to the finals. Don't worry about it. Now, no, once you don't know you're gonna go to the finals. You don't know if you're gonna win or not, but at least you figured we go to the finals. It was a blow. You know what I mean? So the next year, I wasn't going back. Hell no, I ain't gonna go to that. I'm not gonna go to lose again. Are you kidding me? No, no. And I said, man, they don't like us anyway. And Paula Franco, I don't remember what her name. Pauline Franco was the one that put it on. And my mom would talk with her and say, well, why didn't the guys make it? So many years later, I can reflect on that, and I could see exactly what she meant when she said that. And you see this a lot. I watch it on American Idol. Now that I'm a mature musician, I can see what they were seeing. It wasn't that it wasn't good, but it was better if you go home and take another year and get better. And we did get better. But we weren't going to go in. But Johnny gets in the band in between there. He says, you know what? Y'all didn't win because I didn't go. I said, oh, sí, cabrón. Let me show you. It was $50 to get in. So éramos cuatro, and my dad was the fifth one. So we'd all put $10, and we would go. We'd pay the entrada. So I said, you know what? Yo pongo mis $10 just to show you. We're going to go and lose. So the next year, I don't know where it was. Was it Rosedale? I can't remember where it was in San Antonio. It wasn't Rosedale. Maybe it was. I don't remember. Anyway, the next year it was a different venue. And we go, and I remember seeing the blue trophies. Like, dude, I'd like to take one of those trophies, but yo sabía, man, no. Well, we put on the first performance. And then John Martinez was there for Freddie Records. And hell, he just said, you know what, win or lose, we're going to sign you guys. Cabrón, I said, well, badass. So we're like, hell yeah, dude. But he said, but I said, okay, well, we already have that in the bag, right? That was the prize. Now I want the big trophy. So we come back, and I'm like, man, we're going to put on let's go for it. But now it's a more, how could I say, you feel more realistic that this could happen because, well, we already wowed the Freddie Records guy. So he's there. Heck, we come back to the finals. He's already given me a cassette for songs for that first CD, Unleashed. Before we even got up, he already had a cassette. Here's the songs that I want you to record. And we're looking, okay, go home and put some arrangements to it, and I will call you this and that. And of course, later that night we won first place. But my point was, we already had the cassette of songs that we were going to be recording, at least about 4 or 5 of them. So, like I said, it was a great experience, and like I said, very similar to the Tejano Music Awards, one that we won't forget. It's a great story, and it's always good to repeat it and tell it to the fans.
Wow. Well, we're gonna give my brother Anthony. We're gonna give him a couple of seconds. We're gonna give him some breathing time, and we're gonna do a little something going like
Like what?
like yeah.
Oh boy.
Party time.
Hey, your sister's here. Where are you going?
I'm leaving.
What do you mean you're leaving?
I can't do this anymore. You're never home and I practically live alone.
I told you it was gonna get better.
It's been a year already and I told you to take that other position and you didn't.
I'll make it up to you.
That's the thing. It's too late.
Que nunca pensé que tú fueras así. Te ha dado mi vida y ahora te marchas, sabiendo que te amo y que muero sin ti. Esperas que entiendas sereno y con calma que la vida sigue contigo sin ti. Cuando en un momento me has matado el alma, no sé cómo quieres que me sienta feliz. Soy un hombre muerto por dentro, ya no siento amor ni ilusión. Has puesto veneno en mis sentimientos y en el corazón. Soy un hombre muerto por dentro, eso es lo que has hecho de mí. Es sangre tan qué suerte la mía enamorarme de ti. Esperas que entiendas sereno y con calma que la vida sigue contigo sin ti. Cuando en un momento me has matado el alma, no sé cómo quieres que me sienta feliz. Soy un hombre muerto por dentro, ya no siento amor ni ilusión. He puesto veneno en mis sentimientos y en el corazón. Soy un hombre muerto por dentro, eso es lo que has hecho de mí. Es sangre tan fría y qué suerte la mía enamorarme de ti. Y qué suerte la mía enamorarme de ti. Y qué suerte la mía enamorarme de ti.
Told you to take that other position and you didn't.
Line. I don't know. Let me go. Yeah, that was perfect.
Position and you didn't.
I forgot the line.
Action. Keep going.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Now, oh, she messed up.
Let's go
again. Let's go again.
Man. That's got to be Christian Dior, right? That's got. It's a new fragrance. You gonna show that belly button?
Yeah.
Are you gonna show that belly button? Yeah.
Damn it, that was a good one. The spin was good. We're gonna take a spin for that one.
Wow, what did y'all think? What did y'all think of that one right there?
That's an entertainment.
And
Dude, it was super hot. That was July. It was so hot. That's downtown Corpus. In that little hole, it's a hole, man, dude. It was, you're talking about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and I can't stop sweating. And I keep going. I still had my new truck there, and I would go and sit in there with it super cold so I could dry off a little bit and go back down. And then finally, when I got to the top of the street, my brother and I said, "Oh, our singles, we're gonna go to the top, para que corre un poquito de aire, algo." So then we started doing up on the street where you see all that. Even like that, it was so hot, it was unbelievable. And then when I'm dressed as the bum, imagine. It's got to be like 102, 103 with that jacket, with that wig, and that hat. Oh, but it was fun though. I loved it. It was an experience. That was in my bucket list video. I had never really done a video like that, and I was so happy about it. And of course, Juan says the moves. So I said, man, you can tell like Michael Jackson. Some people don't like it, but I like it, and it is what it is. And if I could have worn a Thriller jacket, I would have. Trust me. But it was blue, not red. Oh, it was red. No, it was blue they were wearing, not red. Because if it was red, I'd have worn it. I don't care.
Wow. And you got a thriller jacket, don't you?
It's right behind me.
Yes,
There it is.
yes.
You see it
Yeah.
right there. Where's it
Look at
right? I
that.
want to rotate the camera. See that right there?
Yeah.
It's my favorite one. That's the one that's right there.
Wow.
Camino.
What's
Shout
up,
out to
Gabino?
Gabino Perez in the house, the man that made all this happen. Thank you, Gavino. Gavino,
Thank you,
we all
Gavino.
got a question. We got a question for you, Gavino. Do you sleep?
I call
you
him. I
sleep
call
that
him. What do you
day?
call it? I think he's part vampire. Because I tell you, he doesn't start get active on social media really when he's going to message till like after 10 o'clock. 10, 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, and I'm getting messages. Well, that's all right, because I'm usually up, you know what I mean? But I wondered to myself, and then, of course, this morning at 5:30, hey, if you want to come on the Tiger show, let me know ASAP. Bro, I didn't get up until about 7:45, 7:30, 7:45, and that's just to wake up, check my phone, and go back to sleep. And I said, yeah, I misspelled yes, and then the next one, yes again. Okay, let's do it.
Thank you.
I don't know his
Thank you.
sleeping patterns, but I'm just saying, man. I'll text him mostly at night. He'll ask me for artwork. He'll be sending out the songs at 10:30, 11, 12 at night. I hardly sleep, eh? I believe it, man. I really do. I'll tell all times of the day, but specifically after 10 o'clock, 10 to 1:30 or 2, man, this dude's active. Taking sending songs or asking for artwork or asking me questions for what if I can come on a show or something. I say, yeah, let's do it. Well, I'm always ready.
John Gable Martinez says, my biggest respects to you, Anthony, and the guys. Glad y'all are back in the game. Keep rocking.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it, man. Like I said, and I say this to all this, and I say it with all sincerity. Uh, the groups, any group that comes up, obviously, I mean, we're all musicians, and we all know what we hear when we hear a really good band, and we hear just a band that's maybe not particularly as great as another band or other bands. But I always tip my hat, because it takes a great deal of courage to get up there and do what you love to do, and put yourself in a position to be criticized by the public, even if you're good. It doesn't matter. I mean, we got a really good band. I'm not trying to pull my collar. When you go watch us perform, predominantly the people are se quedan entretenidos. They're entertained, and that's what you want. You know what I mean? For them to come up to you and want to take pictures with you and say, you know what? No, hombre, se aventaron esto que lo otro. I mean, well, that means we did a great job. And by and large, I mean, hell, we go to Texas Jam because Joe likes it, and he's always, even when we're not there, Johnny goes and plays with other groups. Oh, Potente, that's a great band. I said, well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. But even like that, it's like I said, we still get criticized. You saw, I just told you, we're tacky, or we dress like teenagers, or well, if that in that case, well, we just like teenagers. Well, I just saw La Sombra, and I love the way the Sombra. By the way, I saw Tony in the red outfit and the purple outfit. I'm like, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Well, if this person, whoever he was, thought that we dressed tacky and we dressed like adolescents, well, I wonder what they would say about Tony. And I like it. What it's each his own. Different strokes for different folks. That appeals to me when I see Tony dressed like that, and he's older than I am. And obviously he doesn't care. So, you gotta do you. And so the play for the people who will enjoy it and like you and support you, and just kind of like, well, thank you for watching. For those of you who didn't.
Exactly. They're there to perform.
And we're about the same. We're about the same, because I feel the same way. I feel that you always got to represent yourself, whether they're gonna like it or not. I mean, I'm the same way as you, Anthony. I mean, I pull out some. All my outfits have to be Tiger.
Oh,
Everything
yes.
I wear has to be Tiger.
I agree. I've seen it. The Christmas one was, I'm like, okay, I love it. I loved it because it's loud. That's me.
Yeah.
You walk in the store.
The Christmas one, I got to give that one to my son, because those Grinch shoes, he paid a lot for them Grinch shoes, and you know about paying a lot for shoes.
Oh, yeah.
He said, Dad, the shoes, basically the whole outfit, I got to give credit to my son, because the Grinch sweater and the shoes were his. He did not want to let me use them, but I told him, son, please, I mean, I got to represent. and he said, "Dad, do not bring me anything wrong with my shoes, Dad." So I was like, "Wow." So,
Hey,
but
and you're going into dangerous territory where there's a lot of drunk people. You don't know. They just come and bump into you, and all of a sudden you're full of your
exactly,
beer, or I don't know. Somebody could throw up on you. You just don't know. So, I mean, it took a great deal of courage for you to wear that, knowing that your son might get upset.
I mean, he would be more than upset because, like I said, those shoes were exclusive. I mean, those were the ones that had the Grinch fur on them. I mean, yes,
Oh,
and he didn't even wear them. He wore them once, and I thought I got to. I mean, I'm gonna be out there. Potente is gonna be out there, son. I said, well, you were
Pecado.
with Pecado. You were jamming with Pecado.
But I think my brother went out to go see us.
Yes,
That was
and I
actually
was
the
like,
first show that I did with Pecado, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was
and
nervous as
you
hell, dude.
shoes,
But I
you
knew you
shoes
because I
were
had already
cold.
talked with you before on Facebook. But what do you call it? I was nervous that night, super nervous. And then Denise was telling me, "Why are you nervous, man? You go and kill it at practice." I said, "Yeah, well, about 3 songs in, I'll be fine. 3 songs in, I'll be fine. No worry." And I don't usually mess up because I practice. I practice a great deal for the shows. I'm not like one of those musicians that'll they'll take the money and say, okay, yeah, I know the songs, and then they get up there and know the song. No, 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 no. I don't care how much I'm getting paid. It's a pride thing. You know what I mean? If I tell you I'm gonna go and we're gonna sound like shit, it ain't gonna be because of me. How's that? And that's good enough for
Okay,
me. That's it. And that's true. That because and I most musicians respect that because band leaders know what I'm talking about when you're trying to hire musicians. Or you got a lot of freelance musicians. They'll take the money, but they don't want to put in the work to know your music. And now, if you play a bunch of top 40 hits that everybody knows, well, cualquier músico lo metes and he knows it. But when you're talking about someone like Pecado, that's not mainstream music. You know what I mean? That you require a lot of practice, specifically on the bajo, because there's a lot of leads, you know what I mean? And it's a very unique style that they play, very similar to our stuff. It's not your other than Linda Morenita and maybe a couple of other tunes. There's a bunch of older tunes that have arrangements that are to us, and if you're not gonna sit down and learn them, you know what I mean? I get upset, but I mean it's not something that we're not the only ones that go through it. You know what I mean? That's why I like having the same guys in the band. The fans know when we show up, they know exactly what they're gonna get, and that's what's important to me. Is that when you see us one time, I want the show to be as close to that. If you enjoyed that one, I want the next one to be as close. There's a lot of things that are out of your control, I understand, but the guys and what you do should be the same. Like you go see a Signal, I mean, dude, you're gonna get the same show. You know what I mean? You go see an Intocable, you're gonna get. I mean, those guys are top line musicians. You know what I mean? Professional. Duelo, you're gonna see those guys. They're gonna be
oh
exactly the same. You know what I mean? And that's
yeah,
professional, and they're not going to be getting guys and popping guys in here and there. It's their guys. That's their job. Unfortunately for a lot of us who can't do it on that level, it's difficult to be able to pay your musicians the amount of money that they want. So they're jumping around. But like I said, that's the downside. In the '90s, you didn't see so much of that as today. But I understand as a musician, you want to make it as a musician, you got to go and play where they're going to pay you some money.
yeah, and y'all ain't making no money. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And that's the sad part.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. I mean, like you said, back in the days, I mean, you talk about La Sombra, La Mafia, La Fiebre, they were bringing in their
Oh,
10,
A lot.
15,000 a night. I
oh
mean,
yeah.
but now, I mean,
That kind of
now,
money that kind of money is very difficult to come by outside. The larger shows that have big sponsors, like we got one coming up in Victoria here, the Memorial Bash. That's a great event that Frank Salazar puts together. He's built that event into what, in my opinion, if not the most popular event in the state, I mean, it's amongst the top three. You know what I mean? And Frank Salazar has done that, and he's built it up year after year. They have a bunch of sponsors, so you can get some of the biggest names in Tejano. This year, you got Bobby Pulido. I mean, come on. bro.
Mhm.
That's gonna be an awesome show. And I mean, there are a bunch of headlining bands. Last year, you had Mafia, Elida. I mean, and the list goes on. And Signals there every year. So I mean, they put together a great show. But outside that, and a couple of shows like that in the state, you remember, I just told you one in the 90s that I explained, they had like 18 to 20,000 people out there. You know what I mean? You don't see that. I mean, you just don't see it anymore. And it's I vented on the Hano Times on a comment here the other day. I went off on it. I said, no, I don't want to get into it because I get upset because I saw what happened, and I know what happened. And everybody who, when I say it, everybody knows it's the truth. But it just, it sucks to that so few were the reason why we are as Tejanos, we are where we're at right here, right now. You know, and we're discussing people not Tejano not having any fans or fans. I mean, we are a dying breed. You and I, our age group, our demographic, because there's none of the youth is turned on to this because, well, I mean, they how could I say, it didn't grow with them, it didn't grow to them, you know. And it's sad because it was good. And you remember, Tiger, you remember the days because we're talking about them, you know, back in the early mid 90s, late 90s, dude. It was on top, and we had the platform there. All we had to do was just grow future artists, and unfortunately a few prevented that, and now we're where we're at. We are where we're at.
Mhm. Shout out going out to Chris Villarreal. Much love going out to
Hi,
Chris
Chris.
Villarreal. Thank you, Chris. We are live with Mr. Anthony Quintanilla, aka Mr. Potente. These guys are the real deal. I've always said from the jump that these guys are the number one conjunto show band. I mean, I know everybody's gonna say, Tiger. Everybody says those chamacos, those
I
chamacos.
You know what, I'm gonna go jump in here on that one. I will say the best that I ever saw it done, and this is me, and it's Juan and Jaime back in the late 80s, very early 90s before they broke up. In the late 80s, 87, 88, 89, in those years, you go watch those Johnny Canales videos when they're on. There was nobody did it quite like them. But I thank them, and we performed with Jaime here earlier this year. I think it was February 1st. We played with him there in Texas Jam, and I got the pleasure to talk with him. And I told him, because I tell you, in Texas Jam, it's a very intimate setting. I mean, I'm talking about, I'm 40 feet from Jaime where he's performing. I'm sitting at the table. I'm sitting on the front table. Me and my mom and my brother and my friend Adam, we're all just there. And one of John's mic, the bass player, he goes out, and I had my stuff still there. And in the middle of the song, I jumped over there and I told, hey John, you want me to connect the mic? So I run over there, go grab a mic, a handheld mic, put it up right there, connected it, and Stevie, what do you call it? He adjusted everything. Boom, there you go. And then as the set is dying down, I mean, these guys are phenomenal. Jaime and JMZ and Stevie Ray. I mean, dude, unbelievable. Anyway, he's got to real calm down. He says, "Well, look at that. He's talking about me. Is Anthony right here, man? I said, man, hey, I'm a fan, bro." I said, "That's why I do it for you, man. You would do me the same for me." He said, "Man, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you, this and that." And then we got off stage, and we're taking pictures. Joe Silguero, come here. I want you and Jaime to take pictures, okay? And then I told Jaime, I said, if I don't ever get to see you again, because I've been a long time to see you, if I don't ever get to see you again, man, I want to thank you because it's because of you and what you did many years ago, why Potente exists. Because if it wasn't for them, they opened the doors for groups like us, Albert Zamora, the Oros, the Conjunto show bands. You know what I mean? They're the ones who made it cool. And then, of course, it spawned. I mean, you have your favorites. Some people like Albert Zamora. Some people love the Chamacos. Some people like those. There's variations to the groups, but vienen de esa mata. You know what I mean? So I felt real good, and I talked with Juan P. Moreno here recently, and he's going to take us to. We're hoping to to get a show with him in Monterrey. Same thing. I tell him, Juan, thank you, because it's because of you, what you and Juan did many years ago, that we got to enjoy some success in this and appreciate it. You know what I mean?
Yes, we'd like to send some more shout outs going out to Marisa Martinez Ayala, the
Marisa.
awesome wife of Mr. Luis Ayala from the Pride of Pasadena, La Fiebre. Speaking of La Fiebre, we're going to be out there. Ain't that right, Nelly? We're going to be out there this weekend at Fiebre Fest 2025. They're celebrating 40 years.
Wow, that's
40
impressive.
years in the business.
Yep.
They are still rocking strong. So much love going out to all the wonderful guys and the wives of Grupo La Fiebre. Did you ever get a chance to jam with Grupo La Fiebre, Anthony?
No, I didn't. It's funny. I'm gonna tell you something. You're gonna laugh at this one. I'm gonna go back, okay, Tiger? Cuando estaba curioso because cuando estaba pegando esa música que excelencia en la sombra, I'm a big fan of the sombra today. But what's funny is when they were in the top of their game, I didn't like them. I didn't like Fiebre. I didn't like Excelencia, and I love those bands today. I didn't like Mas. I didn't like Mafia because they weren't what we were listening to. We were listening to Conjunto. You know what I mean? Regional Mexicano. Eran Tejanos, and my dad, well, he didn't like them. And my dad didn't care. Ese grupo no me cae. Ese grupo no me cae. That's all you hear. So then, and that's funny because my bass player, Ali, he was Excelencia freak. I mean, big time speedy, que este que el otro, man. And David Yanda's killing it everywhere, man. The Fiebre went to, I remember when they came to Carson City, had stacks of speakers all the way to the top, bringing down the house and everybody yelling and screaming. I'm like, but today, over the years, I missed that. I said, and this is why, because I feel I missed it because somebody's telling me not to like it. You know what I mean? My dad's telling me not to like it. And I wish I could go back and like it then. You know what I mean? I love that shit today. I really do. I mean, you hear a Fiebre song, I'm jamming the old Sombra songs. Well, I remember them. Are you kidding me? They blew up the airwaves in the mid 90s. You know what I mean? So early mid 90s, those bands were just killing Excelencia. I mean, you just name it. They had a bunch of them. They were awesome hits. And over the years, now that you don't hear it, and it reminds me of my teenager years, and I'm like, man, I wish. Sometimes I wish I would play Tejano music. I wish I could have played Tejano music, but it is what it is. But I love that music today, and like I said, I'm a fan of all the Tejano music now.
Yes.
Have you gotten any autographs from anybody, from Jaime or anybody?
Oh, back in the day, I tell you, we were starstruck everywhere we went. Today, oh my goodness! Now I enjoy talking with them. I just speaking with them, but I don't really get autographs anymore. I don't. As a matter of fact, I don't really go to shows if we don't play. And my wife, she'd always say, "Well, let's go to the dance. Let's go to this." Well, they ain't really dance, more of the shows. And I said, "Nah." She said, "Well, you never want to go." And I said, "I'm going to give you 2 reasons why." And I told my brother this the other day. I said, "Te doy dos. Hay dos razones por cual no vamos. Uno, porque when you're sitting down, te quieres subir. We're musicians. We want to get on stage and play. We don't want to be sitting here. We want to play. And if we're sitting there watching somebody else play, have fun, well, man, that's number one. Number two, and most importantly, every musician, whether they agree with it or disagree with it, in the back of their mind, it's there. You are always listening, and you're saying, "Oh, that guy messed up right there. That guy goes off right there." No, but that's all you're doing. Even if you're dancing, like a vato ese. Oh, that was a badass riff right there, man. Dude, that drummer killed that riff right there. Was badass. That accordion riff was awesome. No, ese vato la acaba de cagar. His voice was off back there. And this doesn't matter. You're drinking or you're dancing, and you hear it. You can't shut that off. You know what I mean? It's just constant like that. And unless you go and you see a phenomenal band like Intocable or Signal that they just play together so many years, those guys are like machines when they perform, dude. If you see a band like that, well, they ain't messing up very much. Trust me. You're not gonna catch too many mistakes in those guys because they do it so much. It's their job, and they do it at the highest level. You know what I mean? But most of the groups that you're gonna see, they're plugging in guys here, plugging in guys there. Guys don't know the words because they're just sitting in that night, and you can't shut that off. And I told my wife, I can't change this. I can't change that. I can't change that.
We got some more shout outs. Shout outs going to my brother Frank Maes, tuning in all the way from Amarillo, Texas. Much love going out to my brother Frank Maes. Shout outs going out to Roxanne Reese, the awesome mother.
What's up, Roxanne?
Bianca Reese that has her new single out. I would love to introduce you, Anthony, to Bianca. She is phenomenal. That's her picture up there on the Wall of Fame. Right.
Wall of Fame?
Yeah, right there. Bianca Reese. She has an awesome single called Bailar para Olvidar.
Okay, I see it right here. Yeah.
I would love for you to meet with her, and I
Be
think
awesome.
her and you, I think y'all could do an awesome collaboration, and that's what DJ Tiger Maes is known for.
Okay.
I get collaborations going.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, Tiger. I've been wanting to do a collaboration with the female artist for a long time myself. I've always wanted to, and like I said, it's just my friend. He tells me, he says, "Well, why don't you ask?" I said, I don't want to be rejected. I don't want to be rejected. Do you want to do a collaboration? No, I don't want to do collaboration. You say, "Oh, ya me agüité, ya valió madre. I ain't gonna ask no more." I ain't gonna ask no more. So, el miedo. My dad would say, "El miedo mata al hombre." That's what my dad would say. Don't be scared. No, man, I am. No, but I've always wanted to, and I have certain I've always said it. For me, they've asked me. I don't know who it was. It asked me if I could do a collaboration with an artist. Which one? I said, well, I've always wanted to do one with a female, as a duet. I said the one that I always liked the way she sang, and I thought I could sound pretty good was Stephanie Montiel. That's who I've always liked the way she sang, and I do just. I said I just love the way she breaks it down since she was first starting. I was a fan of her, the way she sang. Hell, my sister was a Selena, big time in Selena. I said, nah, I'll take Stephanie. I'll take Stephanie. I mean, no, Selena was one of one. I understand, but there was something even when she was younger, Stephanie, that I liked the way she sang, and still to this day, I mean, I hear her sing some of the stuff she sings, and I'm like, wow, just blown away. A big.
You know what? You know what, brother? You say Stephanie, and I laugh because Bianca Reese, her idol is Stephanie Montiel, and Gabriel Zavala wrote her song. And
Wow.
I want to play it for you. I'm gonna play it for you right now, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Because
let's do it.
I say it sounds like Stephanie, and she
Yeah,
said,
that's
"Let's
really
do
good.
it." So
Let's do it.
I want you to hear.
All
I
right.
want you to hear what she
Come
sounds like. That way, y'all can do a collaboration together. Here it is, Bianca Reese, Bailar para Olvidar. So you can know that that's your next collaboration.
All right,
Here we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Qué fuerte me heriste cuando me dijiste adiós. Mi corazón rompiste, en pedazos se quedó y no sabía yo qué hacer en la vida sin ti querer. Yo no esperaba
like it.
después.
I like the way her voice
Sentí
goes
que
real
mi
soft.
vida se acabó.
That's the way Stephanie used to sing back in the day.
Con un poco de tiempo la tristeza se me fue. Me volvieron las ganas de divertirme otra vez. Ahora que vivo sin ti, yo ya ni casi pienso en ti. Y cuando yo voy a salir, siempre les pido unas cumbias buenas. Quiero bailar para olvidar. Y quiero vivir para sonreír. Voy a olvidar que me abandonaste y que mi corazón quebraste. Voy a empezar sin ti de nuevo y voy a realizar mis sueños. Yo quiero bailar para olvidar y quiero vivir para ser feliz. A veces la vida te tumba, pero con esta rica cumbia me levantaré y yo bailaré, siempre sobreviviré. Yo quiero bailar para olvidar.
I like it. Good. Yes, and there's a lot of similarities to the way Stephanie sings.
Exactly, huh, Bob?
Yes, yes. Yes, jingles, I'm serious.
That's what I told her. You sound like Stephanie, girl.
Hey, small world, huh?
What are you thinking? I think that was a badass collaboration.
I'm blown away that I'm bringing up who I like to sing, and she sounds so much like her. Yeah.
ganas de divertirme otra vez. Ahora que vivo sin ti, yo ya ni casi pienso en ti. Y cuando yo voy a salir, siempre les pido unas cumbias buenas. Yo quiero bailar para olvidar. Quiero vivir para sonreír. Voy a olvidar que me abandonaste y que mi corazón quebraste. Voy a empezar sin ti de nuevo y voy a realizar mis sueños. Yo quiero bailar para olvidar. Yeah. Quiero vivir para ser feliz. A veces la vida te tumba, pero con esta rica cumbia me levantaré y yo bailaré, siempre sobreviviré. Yo quiero bailar para olvidar.
Badass.
What do you think? Is that collaboration material or?
Yeah, no. That's a style. It's funny because that's the style that when I hear a female artist, that's the style that appeals to me because it's a very in my opinion. Now it may not be for everybody, but in my opinion, there's a little more of a grit, and I like how she goes soft with her voice. I sing a lot like that today. You'll hear I like to use a lot of compression because in my voice because I'll say a lot of soft parts, and the compressor has to bring that up, and I could hear that in her verses right there. And that's those, and not everybody wants to sing like that, specifically in this industry. A lot of people just want to belt it out. I got a large voice, larger than life, and I can sing it out loud, but it's not necessarily the way I like to sing. And Stephanie can sing both. Stephanie can belt it out, and she can be very beautiful on the lower parts. It's what I hear right here. So just very, very weird that we're talking about this. Tiger, what's up, brother?
Exactly. As soon as you said Stephanie, I was like, that's her idol. And she barely dropped the song. The song's only been out 5 days. And it's already hit. It's already hit on the countdown.
Awesome.
And I would love, like I said, I'm about helping each other, helping the artists, helping them get to the next platform. And she's a new upcoming artist. And I mean, you're a legend in the game, and I would love for her to get to speak with you. And
yes. That would be awesome. And, like I said, it's a bucket list thing for me. You know what I mean? And because most guys think about it in most guys that are conjunto type bands, you know what I mean, the vocalist is not it's hard to compare those type of vocalists with Tejanos. The Tejanos are a level higher, you know what I mean. The Tejano singers by and large are in my opinion are better singers than conjunto vocalists. That's why the conjunto and the conjunto progressive and anything like that is about the band. Now, you singers can be duetos like the Palominos when they were singing Johnny and James. I mean, those guys are phenomenal together, but you wouldn't necessarily consider one of those guys and say, you know what, and put them with another artist. Even though you did hear James Otelida here recently, it's just, in my opinion, you know what I mean. But together they're great. But that's what I'm saying. You have to love that style of singing. And even though I'm in a conjunto bass band, I love that style singing. Ram, Jay, Marcos Orozco. I love that. Oh, what do you call it? Joe Lopez for Mas. I mean, dude, I love to do karaoke and do a Mas song. Oh, I'm going to bring down the house, bro. I mean, dude, doesn't matter when any one of those 90 cumbias of the just give me the lyrics because I know the melody. So just give me the lyrics and they're on there. I'm gone. Man, when we do karaoke, I love it. I'll do you name it. I'll do I've been practicing Footloose by Blake Shelton. I'll do some AC/DC. I'll do some what's the name? Some old school Brooks and Dunn. Out in the country, past the city limit sign. No, I'll get into it, man. I love it.
God dang.
I'll go from one genre to the
Yes.
next, and because that's what I'm saying. Tejano singers, by and large, will cover more genres than a conjunto vocalist will. It's just I don't know. It's been like that forever. I'm not saying the conjunto singers aren't good. What I'm saying is they don't cover as large, broad, genres like Tejano, like Jay. I mean, what can't Jay sing? You know what I mean? What can't Jay sing? He sang country, he sang R&B, he sang Tejano. I mean, you name it. I mean, the guy is phenomenal in my opinion. Still, even at his age, Ram. I mean, forget it, Ram. I mean, dude. Even at his age, this guy is absolutely. I watch him. I'm looking at man. How does he make it sound like that live? I understand in the studio, this dude is. I mean, breaking his vibrato and shit come out through the speakers live, and I'm like, wow, that's it. But the conjunto guys, they don't they focus on the band. Even though I'm a conjunto, I like Tejano singers, and she's a Tejano singer. She's a Tejano singer.
Yes. Yes, that is awesome. I'm gonna be as a matter of fact, she's gonna be performing at Fiebre Fest this weekend. She's gonna be performing she'll be taking the stage probably in the middle. And I'm blessed. We're gonna be meeting up with her and her mom Roxanne, and we're gonna be discussing it. And I know she's gonna be excited. Um,
I'm
to
down and she's down. It doesn't matter. Like I said, it's for me. Like I told you, the Hombre Muerto video is my bucket list. Singing with female artists will be my bucket list as well. I tried, but I'm a very how could I say? I think like most of us musicians, artists, when you have a project and it's your project, or you have the way you want to hear it, and then they try to change it on you, you're reluctant. You know what I mean? That's why
Mhm.
it's important that you pick the right person for the project, because projects have nothing to do with the talent as far as well, this guy isn't good enough or this girl isn't good enough. That's rarely the issue. It's is this person the person you want to hear the collaboration with? Because if it's not, you can't make them give them the sentimiento that you want. If you force it on them, then you get somewhat of a robotic sound, and it just doesn't flow well. But if you get the right person, the person you want to hear, el sentimiento que tú quieras, it'll flow. You know what I mean? That's why I said for me, the one that I like the flow was Stephanie, because that's the flow that I like. Not that I can't sing. I mean, come on, I can sing with Eddie. I can sing with anybody. You know? I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I can sing. Put me anywhere. I don't care. But that's not the thing. There's a certain sentimiento feeling that I want to hear, and for me, that style that Stephanie sings is what I want to hear. Like the one she did with what's his name, the guy from La Calma. Dude, that was a badass song, bro. Oh,
Oh man,
the badass song, dude. The groove of that song, and then Stephanie killed it, man. I was like, damn, he did a good job. Don't get me wrong. What's his name? I can't remember his name. El cantante de La Calma. He
uh-huh.
did a good job, but Stephanie, man, woo, she killed that song, and it was
Yes,
groove. The whole that song was badass. I know it probably was Gabriel who put it together, and Gabriel, he's a phenomenal producer, man. I like the stuff he does. He does all the stuff for Stephanie, and I mean, he's great. Like I said, I never had the opportunity to meet him, but one of these days I'll meet him, and yeah, like I said, he's good at what he does.
yes. Lots of props. Um, well, I mean, right there, my fam, Bianca Reese
Yeah,
is.
there you go.
I mean, she's a perfect example. I mean, her first song, and she killed it,
Yep.
and I'm so proud of her. And I'm excited that you know that is Anthony Quintanilla. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, brother, I do not I do not promote any other artist out of respect to the artist that I'm interviewing. You
Yes.
know, and I'll always have, Tiger Maes family members saying, "Hey, can you play this? Can you play that?" And I can't do it because to me the respect goes to the artist that I'm interviewing.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
I
because
understand.
hey, it's y'all are taking your time to bless the Tiger Eye Show family members. So to me, it would be really disrespectful to start playing other artists' music. But the fact that you brought up Stephanie Montel.
No. Hey, and like I said, I mean, you had me kind of intrigued. You said, okay, what? Because I saw you laughing. I said, that's weird. Well, I mean, what's the laugh about? when I was saying it, well, actually, the one that I've always wanted to do, collaboration with. If I had my choice, would be Stephanie because it's her onda. And you're laughing and like because this girl here, that's who she likes. I said, wow. I said, sure enough, and you could hear it. You could hear it in the voice. Que le remedian. That's badass. I mean, if you're gonna remediar algo, she's one you want to go ahead and try to make a run at because I always say sample from the best, sample from the best.
Exactly. So we're gonna, we haven't asked Anthony really no questions, man. And we need to know. We need to know. My first question is, football season's fixing to come up.
Oh, here we go. Are you about to rub this into because I'm a Steeler fan? Is that what this coming?
We got to know if the interview is going to continue or if we're going to cut it.
Ooh, these might be some fighting words here. All right, come on.
Who is Anthony Quintanilla's favorite football team?
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness! No, he did not pull that Pittsburgh Steelers stuff out.
Oh my goodness, I have a bunch of I don't know. Oh, hey, look right behind over there. You know who that is over there? That's Big Ben, baby. Hey, those are I think I paid like $600 for those are collectibles, the books with quarters and gold cards when they won a Super Bowl in 05 and 08. When the 05 are gold cards of the whole team, the Super Bowl team that won, and then the quarters are a collection from 08 when they won the Super Bowl. Now we have to go back a long ways. So we need a quarterback, man. I'm just saying we do. You guys are sitting on gold over there, and for whatever reason, old Cincinnati can't figure a way to get old Joe Burrow a team that he needs. Because if you could, you got a legitimate shot over there in Cincinnati to be in the Super Bowl.
And I'm a Dallas fan.
No, but no, those are fighting words, right? Now we're gonna leave I'm gonna leave this studio right now.
Exactly. Dang, man, I don't know where. I mean,
why do you think I'm always making fun of or giving you a hard time about the Cincinnati Bengals stripes? That's our what do you call it? Our rival there. The Ravens, the Bengals, the Browns. We don't like them because they're our rivals. Does it all make sense now, huh?
Yes. And do. And then we have Natalia over there, she has nothing to ever be happy about. She has nothing to celebrate.
We have hope. We have hope every year.
Didn't y'all just get George Pickens from us? I think that he went to Dallas. George Pickens from the Steelers. Well, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Him in Dallas. You know what? Good luck. Good luck over there.
The Cowboys have had the best of the best, but they still can't do nothing.
They can't do it, but
they can't do it
because their problems are at the top. That's right. Their problems are at the top.
Yes,
that's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I mean, now that we're talking football, I mean,
oh boy,
the Cowboys. Norma style aside, they're probably going to jump on me because they're big Cowboys fans too. But have you noticed, Anthony, that they got probably the worst fans? The Cowboys.
Now, no. I'm not going to say the worst fans. I think you're misquoting this. It's not the worst fans. They're the most delusional fans because
That
every
too.
single
We got big
year
head.
it
got
doesn't
big
matter.
head.
No. They know what's coming. That's why
know.
Stephen A. loves this. He loves when the fans build up the Cowboys because he knows it's inevitable. They're gonna fall and crash, and that's what it is. And then when they crash and they know it's bad, you know what? We're gonna win the Super Bowl next year. We're gonna win the Super Bowl next year.
Yes,
That's the
we
problem.
are.
Like you'd ask me, I'm a Steeler fan, right? Tell me we're gonna win the Super Bowl next year. Hell, I said, man, well, if we can somehow get into the playoffs, that's a victory this year. Because I mean, we need a quarterback now. If this guy, the guy from Ohio State, he's a third year, picked in the 5th round. If he turns into what I think he may turn into, but he got to get there first, you know what I mean? To get the opportunity, Mason Rudolph has to get hurt for him to get in there. And then if he can be, maybe he can be a Big Ben. You never know. You know what I mean? Big Ben, nobody thought he was going to be that. Look at, he went to 3 Super Bowls and won 2. You see what I'm saying? But you need a quarterback. So until we get a quarterback, I'm not going to be sitting here saying that the Steelers are going to the Super Bowl because that ain't happening, brother. The Bengals got a better chance of going to the Super Bowl than the Steelers, and that's why they're my rivals.
My thing is, the reason I talk about the Cowboys fans is because they throw the same boo-boo nonsense at me every year.
Roxanne Reese, no football.
How many Super Bowls? How many Super Bowls? How many Super Bowls have you won? How many Super Bowls have you won? And I'm like, when was the last time y'all went to a Super Bowl?
The last time you went to the Super Bowl.
When was the last time y'all been to
In my
Super Bowl?
dreams.
When did you go?
In my dreams last night.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm like, 3 years
Like
ago,
I said,
we were in the Super Bowl.
But you know what? The Dallas Cowboys, there's Dallas Cowboy fans all over the country, and you know what? I remember I was in San Antonio years ago, and I was gonna buy this jacket, but I didn't want to buy it right then and there. This was years ago, right there at River Center downtown, and they had was an old sports shop, and there was a Steeler jacket with the Super Bowl. And I wanted to buy it, and I said, but it cost like almost $300. Nah, I don't want it. I said, you know what? I'll come back next week. And the lady, jumped on it right away, says, it might not be here. And whatever. And she tells me, you see those display cases there? Mm-hmm. You notice there's one full of Steeler stuff and another one full of Cowboy stuff, and the other one holds the other 30 teams. Why do you think we dedicate one full case to the Steelers and one full case to the Cowboys? Because those are the 2 best-selling teams, and that's why I said that jacket won't last long. Now, if it was another team, the Detroit Lions, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, maybe it'll be there. But the Dallas Cowboys, the Steelers, it will not be there. And I looked at it and I sold. Give me the jacket. I put it on the credit card. Give me the jacket. I put it on the credit card. Yeah, and then later on, my dad liked it, so I went and found one. I went back and I got him one too. Well, when he was still alive, because we were big Steeler fans, so he loved that Super Bowl jacket. And like I said, I mean, they're very popular. The Cowboys are too. We've got fans all over the country. The 2 biggest, fan bases in all the country. Just don't talk about my Texans. Here we go, Johnny. Johnny's tuning in. Oh my goodness. Bengals, who? With Joe Burrow. Come on. Joe Burrow is all you got to say.
Oh my God. Then you got Chrissy and
the 49ers.
The 49er fans that.
Well, I'll say the 49ers, they always have a good team, but they haven't been able to, break through. But they've been there a couple of times, so with great teams.
Yes. Football is always a great conversation to have when you're on the Tiger Eye Show, because you have wonderful Tiger Eye Show family members that if they're not 49er fans, they're Cowboy fans. And
that just about
now
covers.
We got Steeler fans. Wow.
Well, I want to tell you one, man, dude, because we've been Steeler fans. My dad was a big Steeler fan in the 70s, right? So when we're playing in the 90s, okay, the Steelers are still in a division with the Houston Oilers. I mean, this is the big time rivalry. This is like the Cowboys and the Eagles. You know what I mean? That's or Cowboys and Giants, that type of rivalry for years. So we're going in to Houston. We're young, man. I had to have been like 16, 17 years old, maybe even 15. I don't even remember. It was a long time ago. And we would wear Rod Woodson jerseys and Steeler caps. We played in the bar there in Houston. And the guy, we came in with white pants and Steeler stuff. And then the guy says, you do know where you're at, right? Uh-huh. He says, you're in Houston and you're wearing that stuff on stage. I said, yeah. Yeah. Then I thought, oh my goodness, dude, these guys don't like us, bro. We didn't think about it. It's just what we wore, you know what I mean? But now you're going into Houston. We had never played in Houston, and we're going into a bar in Houston dressed in Rod Woodson jerseys and Steeler caps. Me and my brother and the other guys, they didn't wear that, but we wore it. And I was like, oh boy. But no sacaron la garra toda la noche, but they didn't, there was nothing. Hey, we were young. They said, oh, these stupid ass, they don't know what they're doing, man. These guys, they're young. We did the same thing in Fort Worth. He says, you do know where you're in Fort Worth, right? The Dallas, the DFW. I had a Greg Lloyd jersey with a cap. My brother had I think it was a Greg Lloyd jersey too. Boom, we sported the Steelers everywhere. We didn't care.
And then you got Conjunto Ben, it's a Kansas City.
I do. Patrick Mahomes, man. Patrick Mahomes, I gotta give it. I love. I mean, I know they got beat up pretty bad, but I kind of figured that, but because the Eagles were really good, but I was going for the three-peat and going for history. Pero ni modo, but I do like Kansas City, man. They're a good team.
Yeah. Well, see, my house is divided. My house is divided because my wife is Ravens and Minnesota Viking fan.
Oh my goodness, you got Ravens and Bengals, and then we got a Steeler over here, dude. We can't get in the same room. We might nos agarramos todos.
And then you got my younger son that's a Green Bay Packer fan.
Okay, all right, Jordan Love.
And then you got my older son who's a Kansas City Chief fan. So our house is totally divided. And the reason you said you went old school. The reason I can't be a Cowboy fan, because I was a Cowboy fan back in the days when they were winning. And, but that was back when the Bears were, they had McMahon, they had the Fridge, they had Mike
mid-80s.
Yes, so I was a huge gambler. I was in elementary, and my parents, my mom, and I tell the story, and may she rest in peace. She's probably, getting mad at me right now from heaven as I tell the story. She's gonna come haunt me. She's probably thinking, cabrón. Now I know where, porque she owned the club back home, and well, all my friends were all Bears fans, so they'd be like, hey, the Bears are playing the Cowboys. They're like, you want to bet? I want to bet.
You want to
bet?
They're
like, okay, how much? I said, hey, y'all call the price. The Cowboys are going to win. So they said, okay, $20. So mind you, I'm in elementary, right? So I'm like, in elementary, I'm getting free lunch, and I'm over here betting. So we bet on the game, and my other friends like, you're betting? Yeah, 20 here, 20 there, 20 here, 20 there. I didn't care because the Cowboys were going to beat the Bears. That was my mentality. The Sunday, the game was on, I was the only one that was real emotional, right? Because I had that bet on the line. My whole family, they were like,
"That's all right, game." But I gotta go to school.
I gotta go to school tomorrow, and I have to pay. So I waited for everybody to go to sleep, and I wouldn't fall asleep. I waited for everybody to go to sleep, and then I was up all night looking for my mom's money bag. The money bag from the club. And I found it. So I snuck out a 20 for this friend, a 20 for that friend, a 20 over here. And the next day, my mom was like,
"No tiene feria?
Was anybody in the money bag? I'm missing money." I don't know, Mom. I was.
You sound like my son. You sound like my son.
I got to school, and here's your 20, here's your 20. 20, and I was like, them damn Cowboys. So the Cowboys lost me a lot of money, a lot.
So that's when you dumped them. That's when you dumped them. Decided to dump them.
I had to. I was losing
you had to take your money from your mom, and they said the Cowboys. That's it. I'm finished with them.
I had to because my mom finally realized that it was me taking the money because she would hide it in certain places that only I would find it. So I'd be like, dang, and there'll be times I'd be sweating because I mean I couldn't find it but I was up all night until I would find it. If not, I told her, man, I don't have it today. I'll have it tomorrow. So I'd go to the club and I'd be like, Mom, I'm hungry, you know. So she's like, okay, me go, we got dinero para que vaya te compre algo para comer. So I'd go take, you know, instead of taking a 5 or a 10, I'd take like a 50 out of that money. So yes, the Cowboys lost me a hell of a lot of money. So there's no way I could ever be a Cowboy fan because from that day on, I was like, no, there's no happy days with the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, it hasn't been in it for a lot. There's been a lot of miserable fans for many years now.
Yes.
I'm so happy.
I'm so happy. No, she's happy because she's got that awesome mic that it lights up. I mean, oh, you kidding me?
Exactly.
I love it, man.
Too.
No,
grab me one of those light up mics. We're all gonna have to get one on our next interview. We're all gonna come on with those mics. Yes.
Need to bling it.
Shout outs going out to Joanne Addison in the house. Much love going out to Joanne Addison. Much love going out to my fan Chrissy and her awesome husband Jonathan. Thank y'all for tuning in. We are live with the man right here, Anthony Quintanilla from Grupo Potente. This has been a long overdue interview that we have been planning. And thanks to Gavino Promotions for not sleeping.
For being part vampire? For being part vampire at
5:30 in the morning.
I told you the last time I saw you, I said, man, we need to put something together. If you'd have called me, all you do is call me and say, you know what? Let's schedule something so I can go to San Antonio. And that's I told you, we'll go I'll sit right next to you, we'll do it live, and then afterwards we'll go eat. I said, man, we'll have a good time, man. Badass. I said, it's not a big thing because, like I said, it's awesome to go and just catch up with you, see how you've been, you know, see you and Melanie, just chill out. You know what I mean? That's awesome. Yeah. And we're still gonna do it. Like I said, I'm busy, but when I run into San Antonio, man, I run in and run out, and I mean literally run in and run out. I'm talking about Grupo Pegado. That's what I usually play in San Antonio. As a matter of fact, a guy reached out to us to go play Potente. I don't know a lot of people in San Antonio. You know what I mean? I don't know a lot of people. If not, we would perform there. When back in the day, well, you know, when everybody your song is being played everywhere and everybody knows, oh, well, I want that band. Well, now it's like it's harder because, well, you know, people that know us. All these guys used to play. Hell, the people in Monterrey, Juan P. Moreno was asking them to put us in his show. He said those guys don't play no more. And Juan says, oh yeah, let's go look at social media, and they saw everything this year we've been playing. And all the stuff we're doing. So that's how we're going to get in over there. But this one guy called me and we almost had this Mother Days thing over there. And all of a sudden, just didn't happen. I'm like, well, and I told my brother, well, I never thought we'd play Rosedale Park again, man. Like, dude, I remember those venues. You know what I mean? We used to play that. But it's one of those things we don't get out there as much. And I'd really like to. But like I said, maybe a promoter, little by little, as they start watching our stuff and seeing that we're back. Like I said, this one guy reached out to me and no se hizo, pero maybe the next one.
Yes. And it will happen. It will happen because y'all got some awesome. Y'all have for those of y'all that have not had the pleasure or have never heard of Grupo Potente, we're going to do another one because that's how we do it on the Tiger Maes Show.
That's how we do it.
My brother Anthony some time to catch his breath. And here is something entitled Qué linda estás. Grupo
Linda estás.
Potente.
digo que eres tan bonita, dulce, tierna y mucho más. Te miras tan perfecta al caminar, por ti me arriesgaría mucho más. Te mentiría al negar que siento esto y más. Algo tan especial no lo voy a ocultar. La mirada esa mañana al mirarte pasar. Ah, linda mirada, oh, qué linda estás. Brillo intenso en tu cara, tan bella y angelical. Ah, linda tu cara, oh, bella en verdad. Te mentiría al negar que siento esto y más. Algo tan especial no lo voy a ocultar. Y no más porque te quiero. Te mentiría al negar que siento esto y más. Algo tan especial no lo voy a ocultar. La mirada esa mañana al mirarte pasar. Ah, linda mirada, oh, qué linda estás. Brillo intenso en tu cara, tan bella angelical. Ah, linda tu cara, oh, bella en verdad. Oh, qué linda estás. Oh, bella en verdad. Oh, qué linda estás.
Wow. Qué linda estás. That was nada más que el grupo potente. Shout out. Thank you, 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 Conjunto Ben. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He said, nice video. That's right.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. He
Right.
plays that song. He plays that song in his show all the time. Galena Stars. I sent it to him. I didn't have any of the older tunes. He wanted some of the older ones, so I only keep a lot of the new ones. And my brother has all the old ones, and he asked me last night, man, can you give me some of the older ones? I said, yeah, I will. So let me get them from my brother, and I'll get them to WhatsApp them to me, and I'll send them to him. Because I said I keep just the new ones, so if anybody needs them, I'll send them out. Most people will get them from the platforms or get them from YouTube, but if you can't, I'll have them there to send them out. You haven't seen Arrepiéntete? That's our new song. Tiger?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Man,
Arrepiéntete?
yeah,
The new video?
We'll get to that one too. We'll get to that
Okay,
one too.
okay, because that's the good one there. That's the good one there. That was funny. If you want to laugh, that's comical, man. I'm just telling you. Oh, Denise and Danielle, dude, this has been a blessing to be able to work with them. I remember seeing years ago, watching their stuff as they would perform, and they intrigued me, that band. And I don't really play. I wouldn't play with with any bands because if I'm gonna play in something, I want to play something different. Tiger, you've seen us perform with Begalo. You see the gothic look today. I mean, I love it. I got 2 sets of costumes, one's for them and then some for us. You know what I mean? And I love it. Theatrics, man. So, and when they needed a Bajo player for one show, Denise told Daniel they didn't really know me. They didn't know me. You know what I mean? So he says, but I would keep up with them, like their stuff, and well, ask Anthony. And he's like, well, I don't know. And he answers, yeah, I'm down. Let's do it. And that's the gig. I saw you over there. That's the gig. I practiced a few times. I said, let's rock and roll. And then I told him, I said, man, well, I'll play here. Hell, I mean, they don't play a lot. They're like us. We don't perform a lot. We don't want potente. I mean, I'm gonna say this. Even if we could perform more, we don't. I like to basically look. That's why, like we were gonna play May 3rd in Laredo, and I had the date for a couple of months, and the week of, the guy says, "Man, you know what? I'm gonna have to cancel you. Somebody backed out and something like this," and I'm like, "Oh man, dude, for us, I know we picked the days, 3 or 4 months. These are the days we're gonna perform." Okay, so we look for venues to perform on those days. The next week we won't go perform. We're not gonna go look on the 10th. We're not gonna go look on the 17th because the 3rd was when we were supposed to perform. We wanted to perform June 14th in July, middle of July. Well, now we have hopefully the Monterrey thing happening in the beginning of July. But you can see how it falls every 30 to 45 days. That's how we want to perform. So it shouldn't be that hard. But that's why when somebody backs out of a gig like that, for us, those are our reps. You know what I mean? And we want to perform. That's why you get us. When you see us perform, you're like, man, these guys love this shit. Because, well, we haven't played in 30 or 45 days. We ain't played in a while now. So imagine the next time we get up on stage, bro, we're going to bring the house down. I'm serious, man. The energy is going to be like, these dudes are just like the Energizer bunnies. It's because we don't perform a lot. And I think that's an asset for us. We use it to our advantage, and that's why I told him, if I played every Saturday, I'd be done with this in 2 months. I'd be done with it because at my age, I cannot bring that amount of energy that consistent. You know what I'm saying? And if I can't bring the energy that you see, then I don't really want to perform. I don't want to go up there. I remember doing that back in the day, getting up there at the end of the ride, 97, 98. We would get to the gigs. We had been on a ride. We've been playing for 4, 5, 6 years already. And we were young. And we'd get up on stage and we just like, man, we play a few songs. How much is left? We've only been 15 minutes. We still got to play an hour and 45 minutes. I'm like, oh my goodness, bro, that's not the way it is today. You know, I mean, we only played 2 1-hour sets, but anyway, I mean, the 2 1-hour sets go by so fast because it's just like, we just want to keep going. Especially if there's people and they're enjoying it, forget it. You know, I mean, it's 1-hour sets become an hour and 15-minute sets. And it's okay. It's no problem because we love it. Everybody's loving it. You know, and that's because we don't perform. If we performed every week, it'd be like, no, man, I'm tired of this and that. And I'm not going to criticize any of the artists who've been doing this for 20, 25, 30 years because you'll see it. Now, when there's a lot of people, you can see that they're really enjoying themselves. And then you'll see a show that may not have as many people and you can see the dip in their energy. And that's not fair to the fans that came to see them. The fans come to see you at your best. And energy should be something that you should have an abundance of because you're playing for the fans. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're sick and you can't sing great, and that happens. As vocalists, we get sick and we're not at the peak. So estamos roncos. Sometimes you open your mouth and nothing comes out. It is what it is. You know, you're tired. You're soleado because you did something over here. You come out here, so you're not at your best there. I can understand, or you're injured or something and you're going through it. But energy, man, you should love it, man, because this is what you do it for. You know what I mean? And then if it's just a couple of people they're excited about it, man, play to those few people. And if you're not playing a lot, and when you do perform, man, you feel blessed to be performing for those 5 or 6 people that are clapping for you. Trust me. It don't matter. It don't have to be a bunch of them. Those 5 or 6 people are there that we go out, we take pictures of them. It's awesome. And that's how we roll.
Wow, that's
how we roll.
That is awesome. I mean, I never thought about that. I figured, playing every weekend would be the way to go. But
Yes, as like you, I'm gonna comment the Conjunto Cats, those
uh-huh.
guys. But look at their ages. When we were that age, that's exactly what we did. I mean, me and we were all over the place, bro. I mean, 2 or 3 times a week didn't matter. Didn't matter. We were all young. We could, I mean, we could do it. We could bounce back. I could do three back to back to back. No problem. The energy, I could get up. They can get the energy up. But today, I mean, find a band that'll okay, Sonny. Sonny's the only one. Sonny's the only one that puts up more energy than we do. I ain't gonna lie. Sonny, Sonny puts up a mega amount of energy on there. Outside that, man, today I don't know a band that you can just definitively say on a consistent basis will put out more energy on stage than we do. No, I'm sorry. I play with them. I don't. It doesn't matter the amount of energy, and that comes because we don't perform. We don't perform that much. And was my drummer Johnny? He says, "Dude, I can't." He was performing with other bands. I said, "Man, I can't do this." I said, "Because we're older, bro, and the miles catch up to you." I said, "Dude, I'm not." And I like to I like to my wife and I try to kill two birds with one stone. I go to a show. You know what I mean? And I'll take my wife. We'll spend the night. We'll go shopping or whatever. Kill two birds with one stone. Because my wife, I mean, she knows exactly what we're gonna say, how it's gonna look like every single time. She gets old first, so the next day I'll take her out. Like we go to the studio there in McQueenie, we'll go and shop there at the outlets in San Marcos. Boom, we'll go stay right there and we go shop the next day and then come home. So I try to do that, to so she can do something as well. So, but I mean, if I had to do this all day, I'd probably be divorced. Number one, I would be divorced because she say, "I ain't gonna take this. I didn't marry you like this, and I don't want you like this." So I gotta pick and choose my battles there, okay? And then and the guys, I mean, we work. You know what I mean? You touched on it earlier, Tiger. There's not a lot of money in this. You know that.
Exactly.
Let's not be naive. So it's not like we can say, "Oh, we're gonna make a run for this." Yeah, you can make a run for it, and you're gonna be broke real quick. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So now we do it for the passion. You do the same thing. You do this because you love it. All of us. We doing the Puro Potente show now on that we broadcast on our platforms and the Tejano TV platform. Juan does it. He helps us. We all help each other out. You do. You help out. You collaborate with your people, and you have your family, like you say, that tune in to you guys, right? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And you do it because you love it. They love to watch you and be part of interact with you on a show to show basis. But there ain't no money in it. Come on, man. I mean, unless you're at the elite and there's only a handful of them. You know what I mean? And hats off to those few who can do it at the highest level and make a living out of it, because most of us, we don't get that luxury. You know what I mean? But we love to do it.
Wow. That wow. I mean, that is really, really, really some awesome knowledge. Because I never would have thought about it that way. I would have thought about it. They play every week. They get more exposure.
That's
But no.
the downside, is that you don't get the amount of exposure, but that is, like I said, it's a young man's game. You know what I mean? When you're younger, you can do that and bring the energy, like the group like the Conjunto Cats. They can bring the energy. I mean, Art, well, he's older, but the other
Mhm.
guys, they're energetic. They can go and go and go in and out. I mean, every 2 or 3 times a week. And well, they don't bring for what it's worth. I mean, and I love those guys. I keep up with the Gunto Cats. I talk with Art. Art likes a lot of our stuff. We got to perform with them in January, and to meet them, it was great. But they don't bring the type of energy that we bring, and they're
Mhm.
younger guys. You know what I mean? But you try to
Mhm.
bring the energy, specifically me. You see me. You saw that first video. I mean, I was all over the place, dude. I remember that night like if it was yesterday, bro. That was soaked. I went back to the truck, took it's like le pude exprimir that vest that I had on. I mean, it was just soaked, and it was in the middle of the summer when I did that, and I loved it. I loved it, but a massive amount of energy. The next day, my body's like, oh, yeah, that's how my body feels the next day. But I don't feel it up there. You know what I mean? But if I did that and I tried to put that performance on night in and night out multiple times a week, I would be done quick. Now, of course, back in the day, I mean, we loved him. We were all over the place. That's what we wanted.
Yes. Yes. Um, another question, another
Yes, sir.
question, another question.
Talk to me.
What advice would you give the younger generation wanting to come into the industry?
That's a good question. How much time do you got? That's a good question. How much time do you got? No, I try to tell a lot of the youngsters, and I remember being there. Okay, I remember being there, and what we went through, what I saw, what, like I told you earlier, what did Paulina Franco say, or Pauline Franco? She said why we didn't make it to the finals that first year, and we did the next year. Because sometimes, even though you feel you're ready, and everybody else feels you're ready, and the fans feel you're ready, okay, but the who's who people, they know you're gonna be better later on. Just give it a little time. Don't no comes ansias. Don't worry. Just let time pass. You know what I mean? It don't. How could I say? Sometimes you only get one shot at it, and when you get that shot, you want to be absolutely ready. You know what I mean? Groomed, fully groomed. Listen to people who've done it, who've been there. And I always mention this on Puro Potente. I said, look, there's people who constructively criticize you, and then there's some people that they're malicious in there, and they're different, and you know it because we've all been, all of us here have been with people who are giving you constructive criticism because they want you to be better, and then there's people that are just hating on you, and you can see it in their eyes and their tone and everything. When somebody's telling you something that you particularly may not want to hear, and they're telling you how to fix it, that's because they care. Take that advice. You know what I mean? A lot of times when we're young, you hear something you don't want to hear, and they're telling you what's wrong and how to fix it, and you all you heard was what was wrong. You toned them out after that. You didn't listen to what they were saying, how to get better, because that person is constructively criticizing you, and they want to see you get better. And then there's some people, you ain't worth the season, and they're just throwing you hate. And I've had both ends, but I think that youngsters now, if you get an opportunity to work with some of these producers or high great musicians, listen to them, because most guys like me, I mean, I want to help everybody. That's who I am. Like you, Tiger, you want to help everybody. I'm the
Yes.
same way. If I see an artist, uh, a lot of times I won't say what I want to say because I don't want to aguitarlos. You know what I mean? But if you
Mhm.
ask me for my opinion, I'm going to give you my opinion. You might not like it, but I'm going to tell it to you from how to help you, how to get better. If you take it and run with it. If not, don't. I say because I know it took me a long time to learn how to sing. I didn't know how to sing back in the days. I wasn't a great singer. I mean there's no I can't say it. I mean you go back and listen to our old material and you listen to the new material right now. Let's put this way. The 95, 96, 97, 98 version could not sing with a Stephanie Montiel. Okay? Could not
Mhm.
sing with a Blanca Ruiz. It's not going to happen. Okay? There's a guy who's not good enough. Today, that's not an issue. But guess what? It took a long time, years of me working myself here, or listening to the radio, listening to things, perfecting my craft. Today, I can sing pretty good. I can sing pretty good. I can sing Tejano really good. I can sing multiple genres. That's why I'm not scared to go sing with that, and I can show that. You know what I mean? But I had to grow into that, and I know the how hard I had to work. So that's why I tell youngsters always work, continue to work, practice, and stay focused because you're easily there's so much things that sidetrack you. And if this is what you really want to do, and this is you, who you are. I mean, dedicate yourself. I mean, I dedicate myself. I spend so much time in music, it's ridiculous. And I have a full-time job too, but I find the time. I find the time to come on the Tiger Maes show. How's that, Tiger?
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is that is a huge, huge, huge blessing. We got little Frankie Newsom in the house. Little Frankie Newsom from Dallas, Texas. CEO of LF Productions. He has a question. He says, question. If you had the chance, would you ever do a crossover? If so, what type of music would it be?
Oh man. honestly, it wouldn't matter to me because I've seen I have some tracks of me singing, what do you call it, reggaeton. I got some tracks singing like lounge music. I got tracks singing pop music, my own stuff, very very pop. uh I've got some doing country. I feel comfortable in all those genres. Now that my only thing is if the keys right, I'm gonna be good. Now if the keys, that's the thing when I'm singing, when you're singing karaoke, like I try to sing the Michael Jackson ones. I mean, damn, I can't sing that high. I mean, I can get part of it, but I can't get the rest of it. Now, if I could bring that key down like two keys or so, now I can get it in a range that I can knock it out. So when I say, "Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on," when he's singing that, I'll sing the harmony. So I'm singing the harmony, whatever the harmony is. I can't sing it right off the bat, but I'll sing the harmony, and that's within my range. You know what I mean? A man in the mirror, I can do half of it. Once he does that key change, it's over. and I built my range to do man in the mirror, like the beginning. I love it, dude. All the nuances and the breathing, and dude, I'll sit there, rewind it on. I'll be going to Alice, and and all the little nuances, man, the breaths and everything. Like that's what I'm talking about. But that's what I'm talking about. To get better, you have to listen to every single one of those things. Don't just hear it and sing it. No. Listen to every detail. I did what's the one when I first started singing, I crossed my heart and promised to, right at the beginning. I can't remember how he did, but every single little breath, I would nail it just like him. Every little breath. And when I sing the song and I go do a karaoke, I don't do it like that. But what it's doing is building you. You're listening to hone in on the skills that it requires to do a piece like that. And when you're talking about someone like Michael Jackson, dude, the skills that are required to sing that stuff is unbelievable, bro. And my brother's just looking at me like, oh my goodness, he just looked at me. We were recording one time here at the house, and we're doing one of our old songs, Siempre a mí. And I said, no, do it again. And he was recording, and I was singing it. No, I'll do it again. I'm singing 6 or 7 times. He says, man, it sounds the same every single time. It ain't. I told him it ain't. I'll let you know. Just keep putting record. I'll let you know when it's right. That's it right there. That's it right there. He looks at me, dude, it sounded the same every single time. It's not, el sentimiento no está bien. Yeah, I don't feel it with the music, bro. And he looks at me. I mean, and my brother is one of the best musicians you'll meet. And he's like, I don't know what you're hearing because it sounds exactly the same. It is not. Trust me. Just keep pushing record and rewind and record. And then when I get it, I'll tell you done. And it's about 7 or 8 times. And I finally got it. I said, that's it. And that's what I'm telling you. That's what a lot of vocalists, specifically vocalists that I see, young vocalists, they're not that, they don't pay attention to that type of detail. Like right here, Blanca Ruiz, great, but she can be better. I hear it. And I can hear the little spots. They're small little spots. Most people can't hear, but I can. I said, but if you listen to her versus Stephanie has it. Why? Because she's been doing this forever. Stephanie's phenomenal because she's a professional, total professional. And to get to that level, you must pay attention to every little detail. Where do they take the breath? Do they take it on the front end or the back end of that downbeat? Those little things. So most people say, what is that? I said, exactly. But it much makes a difference. Am I going to breathe on this end or on the other end of it? And I said, because that makes the difference where you say, why can't I make it sound like that guy? Because he ain't breathing where he traditionally breathed on the front end. He's breathing on the opposite end. He takes a big breath, runs it all together, and takes a breath on the other side. And you're looking at me like, what is that? Those are the details that I'm telling you that young singers, I don't think, pay too much attention to. But they can be taught, because I taught that to myself. I taught that to myself. And when I sat down with some people here to teach them, they're looking at me like, I said, yeah, that's the amount of detail I pay. And that's why I don't struggle swapping genres, because for me, singing in a genre is just a set of skills applied in a certain manner. And if you know how to work a lot of skills, vocalists, you can jump from genre to genre. That's just true.
Wow. Dang, did you get all that, Natalie?
Yes.
I mean, that is something I have
shop.
never.
It's talking
ever.
shop.
Wow. I mean, now now I'm starting to realize because I never realized what you were saying about taking a breath here and taking a breath
You
there.
don't, and until somebody actually tells you and shows it to. I had a girl come here sing here right here where we're at in the studio, and she's a good singer. Good singer. She's from the valley. I can't remember what her name was, but she came in here, and I had her sing a song, and I was telling her, I said, well, you know what? Why don't you sing it like this? Try this. And very very similar. I said, and she was singing it right, and I said, hold on, give me the mic. I grabbed it and I sang it, and her eyes just went like, well, cold right here, sitting here. I grabbed the mic here, sitting right here, boom, sang it. And she's like, oh, her and her friend, like, my goodness. I said, yeah, cold. I said, cold, first shot. I mean, it's unreal. I said, yeah, because I know el sentimiento que lleva esta canción, and I know how to apply it. I said, now, 5 or 10 years ago, I wouldn't be able to do that. I have lots to improve. Yes, but you know what? We all have to start somewhere, and that's the thing. Pay attention to those things, and because that's what's going to make you the best you can possibly be, and that's what you want. You want. I mean, I mean, I remember there was such a long journey when I sucked when I started. I sucked. I only wish I could be good as her when I started, bro. Let's call it what it is. People say, I remember when we were playing, we were in 95, 96, 97. Me cantan con madre, y'all are so good. I said, I mean, okay, but you know what? I listen now 30 years later. I said, bro, no, I couldn't sing. I mean, I could carry a tune. Some people think just because you can carry a tune, you're singing. No, my goodness, no. There's so much more to carrying a tune than singing. And I said, but it took me. Nobody taught me this. I wish somebody could have grabbed me back in 1994, 95, slapped me around, and tell me exactly what I'm telling everybody here. Because if that would have happened, I would have turned into a really good vocalist back then. It took me so many years because I figured these things out by myself gradually as I grew. And I didn't start with the talent that someone like Bianca has right now. You hear her sing, I mean, dude, that's awesome. But there's more to go. You know what I mean? I couldn't criticize or not criticize, couldn't constructively criticize her 10 or 15 years ago. I didn't possess the skills to do that. Now I do, and like I said, it's not knocking anybody. You want to see young artists and beginning artists reach their potential, because if you do, man, it's a beautiful thing, and you'll know it. You'll know it when you get there. I know because I'm there right now. That's what I say. People say, man, they hear me do karaoke. My goodness, this guy is great at all. It doesn't matter what genre I get up there and sing. I'll sing AC/DC too. Back in Black's my favorite one. I'll even make it like that. Make my voice like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My wife says, well, that's the way he sounds. I'm like, come on. You know what I mean? But I try everything because that's how you're going to grow. Doing stuff that's out of your comfort zone and tackling that and doing it over and over and over until it's perfect. And like I said, that's something that I think vocalists, specifically vocalists today, need to work on. Don't let people stroke your ego, because that's easy. It's easy for people to tell you you're great, you sound awesome. You do, but you can be better, and that's what you want. You always want to be better.
Yes, exactly. Wow. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. This interview is really, 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 really great because Bianca Reese is still beyond. And she goes to bed by 7 o'clock.
Really?
Already in bed.
And she's at 9 o'clock, and she's still tuned in.
She's still tuning in because she's got to go to work in the morning.
Like I said, I don't. If I say something about somebody, anything, it's because I want to see that person get better. Because if somebody asks me what I think of somebody, and I don't like them, or I don't think they have the talent to be there, I'm not gonna say anything. So you're doing good. That's it. If you get that out of me, oh, you're doing good. Guess what? I don't think you're that great. But if I sit here and I take time to tell you right here and right here is where you're at, where you can get better, guess what? That's because I think you're really good, and I would like to see you get better. And that, my friend, it's taking time to make somebody else better because you can hear that they have the talent and you want to help them get better. Because I wish somebody would have grabbed me, like I told you, slapped me around and made me hear it. You know what I mean? Because I mean, look at now, I'm 40 some odd, gonna be 50 years old. And if I could have sang like this when I was 28 or 30, my goodness, maybe I might have had another career. You know, maybe I would have been a Tejano singer. Tiger, come on. This is true, man. I'm like, dude, that's like I said, Bianca, that's great. And like I said, I like it. I mean, Tiger, put it together. We'll do something together. Because you know, I like her onda, and I said I think it could be, how could I say, the punch that she has would work. I hear, you know what I mean? And there's not a lot of female artists that I hear that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No, and Juan says constructive criticism is great. Yeah, Juan. Yeah, Juan. Yeah, I know the way you constructively criticize my Michael Jackson moves. Hi, Juan. Oh boy.
Yeah, and like Bianca said, thank you, Anthony, for being real and honest. That's very rare, which is true. It's very rare. A lot of people are just going to be like, oh, you know, that sounded good, and they're going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest with you. I play everybody's music because I know that, like we said from the jump, it costs an arm and a leg and an eyeball to record a song.
Oh yes,
they're not cheap.
Mm-mm.
And for people to go in and pay, and then you have the ones that pay that, and should they be singing? Really, no, they shouldn't. But you know what?
What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier? I still will tip my hat to them because they have the courage to get up there. And some of them know they're not that great, but it's love. It's what they love to do. So why should they not be allowed to do it? Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to be stars or anything like that. But, and you can criticize them. And because I know some, I got some friends. They're not the greatest musicians, the greatest singers, but I still support them, whatever, and that's fine. You know what I mean? But they know, and I know that, you know what, like, not everybody's an NFL football player, but we all love to play football when we're young, okay? And even when we're older, we get together, we get out of high school, we still play football on Saturdays and Sundays when we're not too old yet. But we know we're not going to play in the NFL. Let's go. But we love playing football. It's what we love to do, playing basketball. But we're not going to be in the NBA. We're not going to be in the NFL. That doesn't matter. It's just what we love to do. And in this situation, the artists, they love to perform. They're not the greatest vocalists, the greatest, and that's okay. But if they love it, I said, I'm not going to sit there and say, man, dude, no vales madre este que el otro. I mean, dude, come on, bro. You know what? That's childish. You know what? If they're happy, I say, you know what? Do what makes you happy. It makes you happy, bro, because that's why we're here alive. We want to be happy every day we can. And if that makes them happy, well, you know what? At least support them and that they're happy. You know what I mean? Now, they're not going to be the next Selena or the next Intocable or whatever, but they're happy. And I think, you know, there's something in that. So, like I said, if I open my mind and tell you something, constructively criticize you, it's because I think you're really good. And like I said, I said, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna say this about her. I don't know if she's gonna get upset or you're gonna get upset about it, but I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it because I want to see her I want her to sing exactly like Stephanie, not just be in the ballpark, be exactly. Because if that's her first recording, she sounds that good. Imagine if she starts to polish all these little tiny details that a lot of people don't tell her. They don't tell you. I remember people telling me, I'm like, what do you mean that it's not right? Or what does that mean? I don't know. But if somebody sits down and tells you and actually shows you, she has the talent, but you got to sit there and say, this is where you need to tweak this and tweak that and do stuff like that. And it'll make you so much better when you learn it, man, dude. As an artist, ain't no better feeling, bro. When you nail something that you can hear it, you just don't know how to get there. And when somebody helps you get there, whoo, it's unbelievable feeling.
Wow. I mean, there's. Natalie, what do you have to say about that? Because I mean, that.
Have you ever thought of taking some artists under your wing and teaching them?
Let's just say this. Who was it? Who was it? Somebody said this. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan said this. He was the greatest basketball player that ever lived, right? And they asked him why he could never be a coach. I don't know if you ever heard what his answer to that was. He says, I know how to do it one way. And I know that's the only way I know how to do it. And I know how hard I worked and how hard I was willing to work and what I had to sacrifice to get to achieve what I wanted to achieve. And I'm not going to be able to ask that of anybody because I it's got to be perfect. What did I tell you earlier? My brother says it ain't right. It's right. It's just exactly the same way every single time. No, I'm chasing perfection, and I can't ask somebody to chase perfection, or at least what I hear is perfect. You know what I mean? And like I said, the girl that came and sang here, she was singing. She's a good singer. She's great. And I just listened to her and I said, no. And then I just grabbed the mic, said like, oh, boom. And she's like, oh my goodness. I said, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I said, yeah. And I did it. And I'm not trying to show you up or nothing. That's not what I'm here. I'm trying to show you this is what it can sound like if you listen to and do it like this. Breathe here, elongate that E right there. Vibrato that A right there to give you the little second that you need that you're jumping on over here. My brother already knows this lingo. So when I tell him, when he's singing at first, he's like, he couldn't sing the backup. Once I learned how to sing, he couldn't sing the backup to me. So I'll tell him, hey, bro, no. On this O, vibrato that O just a little bit, and it'll get you what you need because you're jumping on this note here. But if you vibrato that O there, it'll be perfect. And sure enough, next to him, boom, there it is right there. Because I know he understands my lingo. And you see this amount of detail. I couldn't ask somebody to do that. I couldn't ask somebody to do that. That's why I would never. I'll help somebody, but I would never try to take somebody to the wing because for me, it's like you're never gonna, in my opinion, you're never gonna give what I give in detail. And now, Tiger, you're looking at me. You never talk. We never talk like this. Tiger's looking at me. Yeah, no, some people say you take this too far. I said. It's like Michael Jordan. It's every detail, like Kobe Bryant. They're obsessed with it. You got to be obsessed with it. Someone who's obsessed with music and singing will know what I'm talking about. There aren't too many of them.
There really, 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 really isn't. Not
people play it for fun.
Yes, and we're gonna give another quick breather. And we're gonna do a little something going like this.
What is it going like?
Besos bonitos.
Besos bonitos.
Potente in the house.
It's a good one.
Si no te hubiera dado un beso, jamás sabrías de mi amor. Pero hoy que ya te he besado, ahora comprendes que no vives sin mi amor. Y siento orgullo que me hayas dicho que fui el primero que te besó.
Dang. I mean, those songs right there make you want to just go to the baile right now, man.
Well, I'm
I
gonna
mean,
tell you something, Tiger. Check this out. We've heard. Which one was the first? Okay, we did Hombre Muerto. Okay, that one we
uh-huh.
did back in the day. This one, Besos Bonitos, we also did this one. This EP. I've been putting a bunch of singles, and we're gonna put them out together at the end of the year as an EP. But most of these are remakes from our very first CD, Unleashed, that we released back in '95. Besos Bonitos, Arrepiéntete, No Me Culpes, and then the next one we're gonna do is Ojitos Traviesos. And so for anybody who wants to hear, because I know a lot of people will say, you know what, oh, this guy's just talking. You know what I mean? Oh, he thinks he's great. This and this and that. No. So the proof's in the pudding. Okay, Tiger, I'm gonna tell you. Go listen to this song off R Unleashed, and then and listen to the guy singing it, and listen to this. And if I tell you, do you believe that's the same guy singing? You'll say, "Oh no, wait, not even close." I had a hunter here because he was a Tejano freak, just like me. Man, we could talk shop all night long, and I was telling him about the three guys that I have a lot of respect for what I know their road. Ricky Munoz, Intocable, Oscar Ivan Treviño, Duelo. I said I compare myself to them not because I'm on their level, but what I'm trying to say is that what the distance traveled when you go listen to those guys, go listen to Ricky when he first started, and listen to Ricky today, bro. Oh my goodness, it's night and day. Go listen to Oscar Ivan Trevino when he started to what he is right now, bro. Night and day. Oscar Ivan Trevino, those are really, they turned themselves. They weren't great singers when they started, but they've turned themselves into some real good singers. Both of them have, and I have too. And I said, when I told the guy, I said, this is my 1995 version of Besos Bonitos, because that was the song we were going to release at that time. And then he's listening to it. What? He's like, he was laughing. And then I said, this is me today. He's like, oh my goodness. I said, "Yeah, that's what now you say." I'm not saying I'm intocable. I'm not saying I'm done, but what I'm saying is the distance covered from where you start to where you end. Those guys. I mean, Ricky was not a really good singer. He'll tell you he wasn't a real good singer, and he's turned himself into a really. I mean, he's got some good tools to him. You know what I mean? You listen to it, and you can't make these tools in the studio. Oh, tell me you tune him or whatever. I don't care. But he's got some nice tools to him. Oscar Ivan Trevino, same thing. I listen to these guys. You know what I mean? You listen to Bobby Pulido. Bobby Pulido, when he started, he was a good singer, and he's even better today. But he was good when he started. I remember listening I used to love the singing songs. Cindy Don't Know and No sé por qué te quiero más. I love this voice back in 96 when he was recording that. You know what I mean? He was good then. He's good now. If you could take Bobby Pulido then to what he is right now, he sounds similar. Well, you take my 95 version to this 2025 version, you won't know it's the same guy, and just go listen to it. You can go watch Unleashed, Potente Unleashed, Besos Bonitos for 1995 on any platform, and you listen to the new one, you won't believe it's the same guy. That's what I'm talking about, and I'm proud. I'm proud of myself for all the hard work that I put in, because I put in a lot of hard work to be a decent little singer. Yes, right there, Joe Leal. There's always room for improvement. It all comes with time and dedication. Exactly. And I look forward to it. I practice till this day. Like I said, I was knocking this out the other day. The Out in the country, there's a city limit sign, and there's a honky tonk. And then poke, the way he do poke, every little that little nuance, he'll do poke, and he does a real weird on the folk, real weird. If you go listen to it, and it's like country poke. And how he does it, because it's a nuance you don't even catch it because you just sing it. But I'm listening to every single little detail because I want to, because it's a different style of singing. So if you learn every little tiny thing, you're going to take that to every song and every genre, and you're just building and getting better, and you don't even know it. You're just doing karaoke.
So is there any goals that you set out like early in your career that you haven't accomplished yet?
the one of singing with a female artist. That's the one I have left. Because you see the videos. I pay for the videos. You wanna know why? I'm gonna tell you something. Because when we were playing with Freddie, we were performing when we were recording with Freddie, the videos hadn't blown up yet. Only the elite of the elite at that period of time, maybe an Emilio or Ram, you know what I mean? The elite of the elite at that time would do videos. If you were a mid grade band down, you didn't do videos because it wasn't a video. It wasn't total video world yet. But shortly after we started to slide a bit, everybody was putting videos. So we never got to do a video, an official video. So that's why today I try to do as many videos as I possibly can because I missed that. That's why the Hombre Muerto, that's the video I wanted to do it. I came out in it. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do the dance moves, everything the way I wanted it. My bucket list videos. I don't care. You like it, you don't. I paid for it. I don't care. So and I do all the videos. And this one I told my brother, I want you. I arrepiéntete one. I said, you know what? You go ahead and do this one. You know what I mean? Because I want him to experience that as well as the character. And he's funny. He's funny as hell. I mean, he did everything. Hell, on the skateboard scene, he can't skateboard. So I'm rolling him underneath like that, pushing him on the skateboards as he's going by like this. And nobody knows that. When I'm pushing him back and forth, getting all the stuff for him. And we had a good time. And it's fun. But that's why we invest ourselves so much in the videos because we didn't get to experience it when we were younger. And so we put our heart and soul into our videos, and Denise and Danielle, they just tell us what to do and we do it. And it's fun.
Wow. This is so much awesome knowledge Anthony Quintanilla has. Wow. For once, I'm learning a lot of stuff. I might just have to be a singer too now. Damn.
It's not about learning because I think there's levels to it. We discussed this on Puro Potente here a couple weeks ago. There was an accordion competition in Edinburgh, and my drummer, his nephew, was one of the contestants, and he plays a traditional type accordion playing, you know, the traditional polkas. And he went to the competition, and his mom went live, and I wanted to see all of it. So I saw it all live, and on our show I discussed, you know, what I saw wrong with the competition. I said it's hard to judge that competition the way it was because you have half the contestants performing Paulino Bernal type of polkas, and those are an elite level, and then you have the traditional polkas, which they're not supposed to be performed at an elite level because it's a feel thing. So as a judge, how do I judge these guys who are phenomenal accordion players? And I mean, if I'm going to judge them on skill, then these guys playing these traditional polkas, just get them out of here because they don't belong there. And that's why I told my drummer, I said, what they should have done is got two categories, a conjunto, like a accordion progressive and accordion traditional. Pick 5 or 6 songs. These are what you're going to choose from. Now I can more evenly judge them. These guys, I'm going to judge them on their skill. These guys, I'm going to judge on their impact, because the traditional conjunto, traditional polkas, it's not about skill necessarily. It's about impact. But if you're going to put them with Paulino Bernal polka, you can't judge them both. You can't judge them both together. You know what I mean? And like I said, I mean, there's levels to everything. You know what I mean? And that was my opinion, and my brother agreed on it. And yeah, the original song being Enamorado Estoy de Ti, written by Joe Reveles. Check it out when you get. Yeah, Joe Reveles is cool. My brothers are good friends with Joe Reveles. They worked in the studio back in the day. Yeah, I like old Joe. I partied with him a couple of times. Yeah, great original songs being Enamorado Estoy de Ti. Yeah, Joe's got a lot. He would do a lot of music for Freddie there in the Freddie Records. That's when my brother met him.
Wow. Let me see, Roxanne. I like the way this generation thinks. This is exactly what I talked to you about, Mr. Maes. Wow. Yes. You are so right, Roxanne. Well, this guy right here, Anthony Quintanilla, he has a lot of knowledge to where anybody that is blessed to work with him is just going to get greater and greater and greater. is how I see it.
Oh,
Due
I
to,
appreciate it, man.
you're giving a lot of great knowledge on,
But you
because
know, and I mean, my brother always he told me this years ago. He says, "Yo doy consejos y nadie los toma." I said, "Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Ain't that truer words have never been spoken." You know what I mean? You give consejos, pero very few will listen to them, and that's the thing. And as being young, I know because, dude, I was young, and when I was young, I knew it all. Are you kidding me? I wish my dad was alive today so I could just say I'm sorry every single day and twice on Sunday. Because I just, man, now with my son, I'm like, Jesus Christ, did I sound like that? Please tell me that I wasn't that stupid when I was young. Man, I just don't open your mouth. I wonder, did my dad think that about me? I'm sure he did. Antonio, just don't open your mouth no more. He just didn't say it, but I'm sure in his mind he was thinking, just shut up, don't open your mouth because you don't know what you're saying. Because it's so true. I mean, I didn't know. You know what I mean? I thought I knew it all. And now you start getting into your later 30s, early 40s and older, and then you start to realize, man, what everybody was trying to tell you. And unfortunately, you can't go back. You can't go back and change those moments and listen. I mean, Freddie Martinez, when we were young and we were in our second CD, he was trying to tell what I'm doing here. He tried to do it next to me. He tried to show me. I was so cabezudo. Man, that's not, what are you talking about? That ain't the right. That ain't it. I'm like, dude, 25, 30 years later, I'm like, Jesus Christ, everything that I know today. And he was trying, that man was trying to tell me in 1997, 96. He was trying to tell me what I know today. Imagine if I would have just listened to him. All I had to do, I wish he would have just grabbed me, slapped me across the face. You know what? Sit down and listen to what I'm trying to tell you because I'm going to make you better if you just listen. But no, I know it all. You know what I mean? So I understand being the young artist, y cabezuda, and not wanting to listen. But man, if you can just buy into it and just a little bit, man, even if you don't become a mega star, man, the pride, the self pride that you'll have, that you know how good you are. You know what I mean? And that in itself makes you feel so good because you hear all these people that are fumbling around, but you learned it, and you're still getting better. Me, I still getting better. I hear my recordings from a few years ago. I'm like, God, I wish I could sing it again because I can sing it better today. And you never get that until ya que te hagas bien viejito y you lose your voice totally. You're just gonna get better and better. You know what I mean? This is not like tennis or basketball or football. You got a window and that's it. As a musician, as a singer, sing into your 40s, 50s. And Jay, man, look at Jay. I mean, Jay's still phenomenal. Ram, and look at the age that they are. And these guys are great. Joe Lopez still sings. I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? These guys still. I mean, they're not at the top of the way they used to be. They set the bar so high when they were younger, but still compare them to most of the vocalists. They're still phenomenal, bro. That's because that's what they do. You know what I mean? So I mean, you're just gonna get better.
what when you, like you said, from start to now, when you first started, what would be your most memorable performance as to the one you've done now?
What do you mean, performance live or performance on a
Yeah,
song?
performance live. Performance live. What would be your most memorable performance live that you
There was,
think
you know
that
what?
now?
There is can't compare any of those performances to any single performance that we do today. It's just not possible. It's not possible because we're way too seasoned today. I listened to the recordings. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you a little story. My friend David Vitera, I was out a couple years ago. We were drinking at his house up there in somewhere in San Antonio. He grabs a CD, put a CD on. Imagine we're listening to a CD, mind you. Okay, this is just a couple years ago. He pops a CD in, and we're listening. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm listening to it, and I'm listening to it for about 15 minutes. I know it's us from probably 1998. We were playing a lot of Ramon Ayala and that style, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like waiting for 15 minutes because our downfall in the days was we couldn't sing too good. We wouldn't sing on key too good or whatever. And I'm listening to the CD, and I'm like, bro, I've been listening for 15 minutes, and I'm still. This is live. mind you, live on a cassette deck back in 1998. On a cassette deck it was recorded, okay? And well, my brother put it on a CD. And I'm listening, I still haven't heard the voices off yet. I'm like, bro, dude, that band, and that's me playing. And I'm like, that band is so phenomenal. Cause I mean, I'm like, wow, I was blown away, and that was me. You know what I mean? But even as good as that was, I listen to us today. It's how mature you are. My brother in the accordion, me playing, me singing. It's different. Even like I said earlier, you can sing on key, but that doesn't make you a good vocalist. You know what I mean? We were singing on key, but we you got to learn how to sing. There's levels to that. Today I learned how to sing. But I went back home. Before my dad passed away, went to play at a bar. Me and my brother, we just showed up and they had instruments there. We started playing, and the guy, he knew us back in the day. He says, "Tan cabrones estos pa cantar." He says, "God, they got so good. I remember when they started, dude, these guys are phenomenal." And my dad's like, "Thank you." And he said, because it's a long road traveled, and it feels good because I know he's not lying, because I know how good we sound. I don't. If you would have told me that in 96, 97, 98, I didn't believe you. I wouldn't have believed you, because I knew that it wasn't true. You know what I mean? Come on, I'm a musician. I'm not, what tratar de tapar el sol con un dedo. If I'm good at it, I'm good at it. You can tell me I'm great at it, but if I know I'm not, I'm just gonna hang my head. You know what I mean? So I'm be honest. I mean, I wasn't that great of a singer. My brother wasn't either. But today, dude, we're really good. You know what I mean? And I'm proud of that. And my brother, we're both proud of it, because it wasn't given to us. We had to earn it. And then year after year after year, practicing and practicing to get better and better to get what it is today. But if you're gonna to answer your question, there was one dance we did in Brownsville, probably '97 or so. And dude, everything is big in Brownsville, boy. I'm telling you, they had the International Convention Center, and this was a boda. I was like, wow, dude, it was like 15 to 1,700 people somewhere. It was jam packed. The first song, Vuelve Gaviota, man, everybody got to just dance. That was whatever. I still remember like it was yesterday. Every single, didn't matter what song we played. El salón estaba lleno de la gente bailando. Every single song. It didn't matter what song we played. And from the first clicks of the stick, first boom, like ants to dance, and you couldn't even dance, and that's 3.5 hours of that. And I don't know why that performance stuck out to me. I think it was a few, because we played tons of weddings, but it was never that way, except that one, man. Boy, those people, I don't even remember who they were, but God, Jesus, did they love to dance. And what a great feeling to be playing for people who just want to dance. They didn't leave and they're dancing. I said, man, as a musician, I mean, in our genre, I don't think there's a better feeling.
Wow. We got to send some more shout outs going out to Fabian Peña from Los Arcos Hermanos Peña from Dimmitt, Texas.
What's up, Fabian? Keep doing what y'all doing, brother. I'm watching them too. Hey, I stay here, Tiger, just back here watching what you do, what everybody does, listening to it. I know what's going on. You know what I mean? I don't say too much, but I know who's good. I know who's good and who's doing good things. And like I said, the Peñas, they're doing good things. They're doing good things.
Yes, they are the pride of Dimmitt, Texas, and it makes me happy to know that I'm from them neck of the woods.
Yes, and I know because you work with them a lot, and that's good. Hilda, my friend Hilda, she works with them a lot too, and with y'all friends, and I see y'all's timeline, so I'm constantly seeing what they're doing.
Roxanne
on their own. Yeah, ain't that the truth right there? That is absolutely true. But because a lot of people, you hear what I'm talking about. As far as details, I have some of my friends, my friends will tell me. He says, "Man, what do you call it? I play with feeling. I don't play like that, this and that." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, here we go." I'm like, dude, I said, when I hear somebody tell me that, because I'm very technical in the details that I apply to my craft, and some people will tell me, "Oh man, I just play by feeling, this and this and that." So in other words, like, well, I don't play with feeling. I'm assuming that's what you're implying. I said, you're implying that I don't play with feeling? I said, well, why don't you watch one of my live videos? Go ahead and put that first video of La Mukura. Does that guy look like he doesn't have feeling? The guy that's running around, jumping around, singing and singing his heart out. Does it look like that guy does not have feeling? No. Yeah, I mean, dude, go match my energy. Good luck with it. So don't tell me just because I'm integral in what I'm in the details that I do the details here at home. When I get on stage, guess what? I take those details and then I add another level with my energy. And I love to play. It doesn't matter what style of song. I mean, I don't care because if I'm on stage, I love it, and I want to give my best performance, energy, and entertain the people. And that's that. As a musician, there's no better feeling. As an artist, there's no better feeling.
Do you think you'll ever retire?
Yes, quickly. Yes. Hey, Natalie, let me tell you something. There's a reason why I'm 100 miles an hour right now because this is gonna finish real quick for me, very very quick. Because and it's how I'm built. Uh, I don't. That's why when I got old, I don't accept getting old. I don't say. And guess what? Father Time is undefeated. Okay, I know this, and still yet I do things on a daily basis. I'll do things. I'll do most 20 25 year olds on a daily basis. But there's gonna come a day, very quickly. Ain't gonna. It don't matter. Don't matter what this says. This is gonna say no. It doesn't matter. I've been able to fight it off for some time, and my mentality keeps me going. But the body's gonna say it's over, and it ain't too far away. You know what I mean? And like I told you earlier, if I can't do this the way I want to do it with the energy that I want to do it, then there's no need. I'll still record. I'll still record music here at my house. But as far as performances, I'm gonna say no. Or if something happens to me, my brother, or Johnny, one of us three, if one of us gets ill, we can't do this no more. Potente is over because I'm not. It's so important for us to be doing it us three together. You know what I mean? And if we can't do it together, any one of us. I had a guy, my brother's might be out because his shoulder is messed up, and I don't know. He may get it operated. If he does, we're gonna have to stop doing everything. And then the guy says, "Well, just get somebody else." And man, it ain't gonna work that way, bro. Dude, that's the problem. The guy who records it, he says, "These idiots." I said, "They think you can just plug somebody in there." I said, "No, you can't." Because the dynamic, the chemistry, the energy is not the same. You lose it because there's chemistry that people I can't perform the same way with the same amount of energy when I put some other guy there because this dude is who is there. And you don't have to be the best. It's just the chemistry between those guys and the energy. When you have that and you replace one guy, man, that show, it's like the longest show in the world because lo extrañas because you need that one piece to be full and be whole. And you're robbing, once again, you're robbing the people to get the guys that belong up there. Now, if he's gone because he's gone and you want to continue to play, well, that's different. But just because he came, so we're going to just get another guy. Hell no, I didn't get another guy. I said, I quit. That's it. That's it. If my guys can't go, it's over. Because when if I go, we're going to look good. And we're going to put on a hell of a show. And people are going to love it. And if I can't put that show on, I don't want to go. Punto.
Wow, that.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Any of your kids want to be like you?
I only have one. I only have one son, and he's a pretty good little singer, believe it or not. He's a pretty good little singer, and he's just looking at dude. When he gets drunk, he'll be telling all his friends, "Oh, my dad's the best singer that I've ever seen." Everybody's laughing at him. I say, "Hey!" I tell him, "No, don't be doing that. Don't be saying that. Hey, you don't hear me saying that, but he sees it." Because my son's a good singer. He sings on key and he practices. He sees how I practice, so he tries to remediar me, and he hears, man, this guy. We were listening to Footloose. I was singing Footloose by Blake Shelton, and then the very next song that I sang was Arrepiéntate, and he says, "Well, there aren't many people that can sing those two back to back like that." Because you talk about Blake. I kill that. I love that karaoke when I sing Blake Shelton, Footloose, because it's a lower key. And then Arrepiéntate, it's a whole set of different skills, a whole different onda. And my son's like, and that's why when he gets drunk, he's telling everybody in town, "Oh, my dad's the best singer they've ever heard. My dad's better than everybody." No, he's not. He said, "No, it's because you haven't heard him jump genre to genre and see how good he is." I said, I don't really like to say that, but it feels good that he gives me that credit. I know it, but I ain't gonna be going out and telling her, "Oh, I'm this, I'm that." You know what I mean? I just have a good time and I try to get better. That's it. I'm not gonna compare to myself. Yeah, he's proud. I'm glad he is. I keep telling him, I said, "Well, if you take the 21-year-old version of me, and it's no comparison, you whoop my butt all day long, bro. I couldn't hold a candlestick when I was 21, dude. You hear me now? I'm gonna be 50, bro. Of course, he wants to sing like me. I said, you can't do that. Don't, unfortunately, it don't work that way. You gotta live, and you gotta grow every day, every year. You'll get better and better, and before you know it, man, if you're practicing the right way, you're killing it. You're killing it. And I said, don't try to sing with a professional because it's got it all figured out, because it took them a while to get there, because they weren't like that when they started. You know what I mean? So it's one step at a time. One step at a time, guys.
I mean, I'm still trying. I'm still mesmerized with what you said earlier about trying to sing on key and singing with the right breath and the right. I mean, I have interviewed so many. I'll be honest with you. I've interviewed the best of the best, and nobody has ever given me.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I came up with this, and I can get even more integral than that. Because see, when we were recording, remember I told you Freddie was trying to teach me stuff, and the engineer at the time, Edward Pettis, he finally said, Freddie, he ain't never gonna get it. He ain't never gonna get it because he don't hear it. Truer words had never been spoken. I can't do what you're asking me to do because I don't hear what you're talking about. You got to get me to hear it first. If I can hear it, now I can start to work towards it. All right. So when you're singing, I talk about being a vocalist. In my opinion, it's tools. It's like a carpenter. Okay, you got the circular saw, you got the jigsaw, you got the miter saw, you got all these saws, right? And you have a job. Some guys are going to use certain tools to do that job. Other guys will use other saws. Okay, the best carpenter is going to be the one who can use all the saws. Awesome. Because there's some guys that just want to use one or two saws and they're really good at that, but the other three saws they're not really good at. Well, the guy who can use all five of those saws, awesome. It doesn't matter which one you give him. Well, that guy's going to be a hell of a carpenter. Same thing with a singer. There's vibrato, there's crescendos, there's volume control, breathing, where you're going to breathe. All these things. The more that you know how to use those tools as a vocalist, the better vocalist you're going to be, and the easier you're going to be able to jump genres. And I said, nobody taught me this. I had to learn this by myself. So it took me so many years to figure it out. And I'm like, and that's why I tell my son, he says, man, you just sing all the genres and you can just jump right in and it sounds almost like the dude. I said, because it's just a set of tools. Now, genres of singing is just a set of tools. How are you going to use them? Like a carpenter. This carpenter is going to use these tools. Well, I can use these tools. But if I don't know how to use the other tools and that guy does, well, I can't do the same performance or the same job because he has skills that I don't possess. But if you possess all the skills, you can easily jump around. And that's why I say as vocalists, you want to hone all of those skills, all of them. And when you do, man, what a wonderful feeling.
So is this something that could be taught, or is this just something you have to be born with?
Nope. I told you I couldn't sing back in 1996, 97. My mom's a good singer. My mom, then he should be a teacher. No shit. What? No, my mom. Because see, my mom and my aunt, they would, when we were kids, man, they would sing, and they remind me they would sing the old fashioned 1950, 1960, beautiful voices. I mean, perfectly on. And I would tell my mom that they sound like robots. They sound like robots. And one day I told my mom, I said, look, you and Sandy, y'all sing really good together. I said, but you're lacking. I'm going to show. I said, Mom, just do this. And I promise you, if you do what I tell you to do, you're going to be blown away in 3 months. And I started telling her, you need to work on vibrato, everything. Sing this like this and sing it over and over every day. In 3 months, dial that vibrato back and you're going to have it killed. Next thing, this is the skill you need to do. Man, in 6 months, my mom was sending me stuff that she was singing karaoke. I was like, that is what I'm talking about. And she's like, oh my goodness. I said, yeah, it's funny because you could have learned it by yourself. But when somebody tells you how to do it, and you do it, it's a wonderful feeling. My mom would send me her tracks to WhatsApp, and I said, "Now we're singing. Now we're singing. There you go. There you go." And now I said, "Okay, now this is okay. This is what you're gonna practice now. Practice it like this, and overuse it. It's okay. When I'm learning vibrato, I'm vibratoing the shit out of everything. It doesn't matter because you're just trying to learn it. Once you learn it real good, then you're gonna dial it back to where it belongs. Same thing with the little whispers and little crisp, and then the little crescendos, the little crescendos, decrescendos. Overuse them, and then you'll find what once you get them really good, you're gonna hone them the way you feel comfortable, and that's what your sentimiento is. That's what your sentimiento is. It takes time.
Wow. I'm gonna go practice.
Go practice.
Yeah.
It can be taught, but like I said, you got to be a student of it, and you gotta love it and want it more than anything in the world. And there's some people that are born with it. Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. Hey, bro, come on. But even Michael, I mean, you listen to Thriller and you listen to Bad. I mean, for me, those, oh my goodness, they were phenomenal. His attitude was off the charts. And then you listen to, which I believe is his, in my opinion, the best his vocal was Dangerous. Now, my favorite ones are Thriller and Bad. Okay. Bad is my favorite one. His attitude is unreal, but his vocal peak, if you listen to his voice on Dangerous, oh my goodness, bro. It's so refined and so on time. It's unbelievable. He didn't have the attitude. He lost some of the attitude. He still had the attitude, but not that over the top attitude that he had in Bad or in Thriller. But he had become full circle on Dangerous. And how old was he? He was in his mid-30s, I want to say, when he did that, because that's about how long it takes. And this is Michael Jackson, one of the greatest vocalists of all time. And he didn't hit his peak until his mid-late 30s. And remember, Michael Jackson was singing since 5 years old.
You're saying those outdo his Off the Wall?
Oh, yeah. It's no, look, you gotta listen to his patience and Dangerous, and everything after that, dude. After that, he was killer. I mean, his patience. Now, I don't listen, mind you, Tiger. I don't listen to those. Okay, I don't listen to Dangerous. I don't listen to anything after. The only ones I listen to are the Thriller and the Bad. But I'm telling you that his best vocals were after that. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying that because it's my favorite CDs or that's why he's the best. No, no, no. My favorite ones are when he was right before his best was Thriller and Bad, which is of course his biggest sales. But he didn't. And there, dude, come on, man. Man in the Mirror. I didn't tell you, Man in the Mirror. One of the hardest songs to sing, bro. To begin the intro, but it still wasn't. He was great, but he hadn't reached that peak yet. But in Dangerous, man, you listen to the patience in his voice, Black and White, man, dude. Oh, Johnny! Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you can talk Michael Jackson all day because that's my favorite artist too.
I saw that. Yes, like I said, Off the Wall, dude. I like Off the Wall, but you got to think about it. What was it? It was still like disco. You know what I mean? It was 79, right, when it came out. So
Yeah.
remember, he didn't start changing that when he bought out Thriller. That's when it was like boom, total change. Everything, music changed. Pop music will never be the same after that. You know what I mean? It became pop. And forget disco, forget funk, pop. What was it? I forgot what he called it. James Brown, soul, all that. Forget all that. It was gone when Michael Jackson pulled out Thriller. And then that was the modern day, the beginning to the modern day pop to what you hear today. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Talk shop all day.
Oh yeah, I mean that Michael Jackson. I mean, you can never ever get bored of talking about Michael Jackson. My next question for you,
Yes, sir.
brother, is the day that God decides that you're going to be his new guardian angel. What do you want Anthony Quintanilla to be known for?
Oh man, did you Google this type of stuff, man? Dude, this is phenomenal. This is deep, bro. This is very deep, man. Hey, deep into the show, and very, very deep, dude. Honestly, as you start to, that's a good question because as you start to approach the end, not just a career, but I mean, obviously, you understand that life's precious and any day could be our last day, or say, you know what, oh, all of a sudden I got sick, terminally ill or something, you know what I mean? And I think about that, and obviously I'm not going to go down like a Ramon Ayala or a Intocable or something like that. But if I could just go down as, a passionate guy who was very integral and very detailed on his music, uh not the greatest, but good enough. You know what I mean? And I mean, if I can fall somewhere in there, I think I'd be very happy.
Okay. Okay. I think you're up there. I mean, that's my opinion because Potente is. I mean, who does not know? In my opinion, I mean, Linda Morenita has been redone by so many artists. I mean, it's
Yeah.
been done by so many artists, but can't nobody hold a candle to Potente on Linda Morenita. I mean, that's my personal opinion, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people could vouch for me because I know that those chamacos have done it. I've known that Albert Zamora has brought it out along with a lot of others,
Signo did
and
it. and and,
Seymour did it.
and it's funny because that song, it's something that we tried when we came back. We tried to run from that. We tried to run from that. We tried to run from the name. That's why, honestly, that was the biggest reason why we stopped playing. And to tell you the truth, because I wanted people to forget Potente. I told my dad, "Hey, I was young, man. I can take off 8, 10 years. People won't remember me. I'll come back fresh, brand new." My dad said, "Mijo, no jala así. Vas a ver, la gente nunca se van a olvidar de ti. O nunca se van a olvidar de ustedes. Vas a ver." And man, truer words, man. I came up, we came out, we changed the name, yeah. Esos son de Potente. Son Potente. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Dude, 15 years wasn't enough. 15 years wasn't enough before you forget it. And my dad said, "Te dije, Antonio, no se van a olvidar. You can't run from that. You just got to accept it and finish out this ride." And that's why we ended up going back to Potente and said, "You know what? Let's just finish this ride." I called Johnny and I said, "We got to finish this ride." And that's why it's so important for me, Johnny, and Junior to be together, you know, because, and if something were to happen to any one of us, the band would be over right then and there because I don't want to play or perform without one of those guys, because that's why our Puro Potente show is us three. I could bring in, I don't mind. I bought Daniela on the show and Izzy on the show one time, but the show doesn't need those. What are they going to do when we start talking about, because our show is Puro Potente, it's all about Potente. You hear we talk about our past, what we're doing. When you're sitting there in a past segment, what is anybody going to talk about? They weren't there. Me, Junior, and Johnny, well, we're there. I mean, we remember being there. So you're hearing our firsthand what we were thinking, how we were feeling. Nobody else can sit in that. I mean, you'd have to bring in one of the musicians who was performing with us at that time, and they could sit in on that conversation, but another musician wouldn't be able to. So that's why we only need my brother, me, and Johnny on the show, and the show does good.
That right there, that comment right there is one that everybody should keep right here because for one, that is respect for the fans, like you said. For another, I don't feel that any artist would feel like that. I feel, it's all about let's just go out there and put on the show, and they would bring in somebody else. I feel, a lot of people would just bring in, an accordion or a bajo player or somebody like that. So that is what makes Potente That's what makes
It's
you.
the chemistry. Like I told you,
Yeah.
the chemistry, man. Like I said, I'm not the best bajo player. Johnny's not the best drummer. My brother's not the best accordion player. But when we play together, we play for each other. And I don't have to tell it to you. Just watch the performances. They'll tell the story. These guys love to perform together, and I think that's what you want the audience to feel. Man, these guys, I've heard it. People, ustedes les encanta tocar because they see it, man. These guys love to perform together. They're smiling in their faces. I mean, you go to some shows. I ain't gonna mention no names, but I see some shows, and these guys like, God, when are we gonna get off? Jesus, man, I want to go off. I don't blame it. It's a job for them. You know what I mean? But remember, it's a job for you, yes. But the fans went to go see you at your best. And just because you don't want to be there because it's your, I understand. No, you can't be happy all day at your job, right? You know what I mean? Oh, I love my job. Or if you're working outside in the sun, oh, I love my job. No, you don't feel that way. But unfortunately, this is entertainment. You know what I mean? This is not your normal 9 to 5 job where you're like sweating and it's different. You understand it comes with it. You have to bring a certain energy and a love for this so that because that's what they're paying. That's what the people are paying. Whether there's not a lot, there's a lot. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I just want everybody to love the performance.
Okay, another question, another question, another question,
Yes, sir.
another question. And I feel this one, this one's going to be probably more for the newcomers. Okay, I know that everybody's probably gone through this. You've gone, you performed, and say you don't have the turnout you want. And I know that
A lot.
that's like, you just want to give up. What advice would you give, will give the will give the artist or the performer to not to give up, to have the will and the ganas to
Here
still
we
go
go.
out there and perform, even if it's one person,
Well, let's
you
start.
know.
Let's start before I get into that. Let's start. Remember last time I saw you? Remember there wasn't a lot of people there at that child Toys for Tot. Remember that? Remember that? There was
Exactly.
very few things on that table. My wife couldn't have it. I don't know if I told you that or you saw that. Did you see when we went? We went down
Uh-huh.
the store to get about $60 or $70 of toys. We bought them
Uh-huh.
and we walked in. Jesse was thanking me, and then we went
Uh-huh.
and put them on there because well, this is the Toys for Tot. What are they going to take? What toys are they? I mean, I'm not rich by no means, but Christmas and that. So my wife wasn't going to have it. So before we got over Pecado, I went to down there, not even half a mile to get to a Dollar Tree or something. Bought 3 bags and we put them on there. And that's when Jesse said, "Man, thank you. I saw that." I said, "No, I never met him. I met Jesse that night." Well, uh, when you if you're in this by yourself, you're doomed. Okay, you're doomed. You ain't gonna. You ain't. A couple things go bad, and it just like right now, dude. For us, it's a struggle all the time, and things just go bad all the time. The gigs just cancel for whatever reason. Like I mean, think about it. In 2020, we were supposed to go to Mexico. Everything was going. We're that year. We were supposed to go to Mexico in April, and in June and July, we were going to go to Vegas. We are going to perform in Vegas and in March the pandemic hits. I mean, you can't make this up, bro. Dude, we're doing good, man. Oh, and people, dude, what we did then, we can't do right now. Think about it. We with Eficaz, we were building up the name. The song was out. It was doing okay. I'm thinking about it. We were going to Mexico in April, and then in June and July, we were gonna play on the David Faria stage in Vegas. So well, I had already bought the damn tickets and shit. I had already bought the tickets, and then the pandemic hits. I'm like, you can't make this stuff up. My brother lost a lot of steam. It took years. It took years to get him back out of that funk because we were doing good, we are happy, and then all of a sudden, just we lost all the energy. If you're by yourself, you won't make it. me and Junior and Johnny, we're so close. We just kind of hug each other, I guess. It's all right, man. As long as we have each other. As long as we have each other, bro. Hey, that's what we started the show. Puro Potente. Said, well, if we don't have anything else, at least we can come out here and talk shop. You know what I mean? So we get on and we talk shop. And I have some people say, man, y'all show is good. It's funny. Well, I mean, basically, this is how you see the way you see us there. If you were to go and see us outside the gig, before the gig and intermission, exactly the way you see that, that's how you see us over there. It's the exact same thing. It's just a ball of laughs. Everybody making funnies all the time, laughing and laughing, and then one thing to another, and we're just talking, and it's funny because we enjoy hanging out. That is how you do it collectively, because you do not do it alone. Bro, trust me, you'll. Because if it was by myself, I'd have caved. I'd have caved a long time ago because it's just too hard. But I look at the other guys and man, that's all right. You know what I mean? I know we enjoy performing together. So you know what, it's bad, but you know what? We'll have another gig or something to come up, and then all of a sudden something will happen exciting, and we high five each other, and then boom, you got your lows and you got your highs, but you ride them out together, and that's how you do it. And that's what I'm saying. You don't see too much of that because you see a bunch of single artists. That's it. You know, and by yourself, it's hard because you just start thinking. My wife would tell me, "Get the hint. God don't want you to do this." He said it. When are you gonna get the hint? God doesn't want you to do this. Stop. Quit. And dude, I look at her in the face, and I'm like, I can't tell her nothing. I can't tell her nothing. I'm like, man, I don't know what to say because I know that everything you're telling me is 100% true. You have to be an idiot to keep going. Everything goes so bad. How can you continue to open yourself up to this and the emotional drops? And I see you get so aguitao, you know, because it didn't go through. You're so happy because it's gonna go through, and then all of a sudden it falls apart and it's not there. And then I get on the phone with Johnny and I talk with Junior. It's okay, man. You know what? Don't worry about it. Yeah, there are better days ahead, man. Let's just, you know what? We buy our stuff, we do our show, you know, and we'll practice when we can practice, and we'll do our recordings and our videos. And you know what? We're together. That's all that matters. We're together.
Okay. Next question. We're picking the brain.
Go ahead.
What advice would you give right before you go on stage? You know, anytime before you go on stage, everybody's nervous. Nervous. So how do you get rid of your nerves before you go on stage?
No, you can't. Not me. You embrace that. You embrace that. Till this day, it doesn't matter. I don't settle down until about the third song. I got butterflies every single not the second set, the first set. Every single time. I embrace it, and just, you know what? As part of that feeling is what is. And sometimes we start slow. I hate it. When we played it back in February on Valentine's Day, man, and they had put some phenomenal sound and everything. It started slow. I was like, man, and I've had that where you get up as a band and just nothing is right. Nothing is right. Just not right. And I feel butterflies. Nothing is right. Daniel barely got there at the last minute. We're waiting for him to get there, and we're about 5 minutes late because he couldn't find the place. And I'm like, okay, here we are. Okay, let's get going. That one took about 30 minutes for worked in. Now for about 30 minutes, now we're rocking. But like I said, honestly, I always say this, and you hear it in football and basketball. What kind of player are you? Are you the kind of player when the lights are bright, do you shine bright, or do you shy away? That's what it is. And my brother and I, when the lights shine brightest, that's when you're going to see us at our best. And I have performances. I do it, and I know that I have that faith in him. We all have butterflies, all of us. I don't know who doesn't have butterflies when they get on stage. I don't know, because Dude, I'm serious. My stomach, I gotta go to the restroom, man. I gotta go to the restroom because my stomach is butterflies. But by the third song, I'm fine, man. I'm right in my element.
Okay, Roxanne Reese has seems like a serious question.
Yeah.
As someone that is trying to learn, why is it so easy for your shows to be canceled in the contracts? Is there no clause where you would have to be
Yes,
paid regardless?
but there's levels to that. There's levels to that, and I'm gonna tell you because most of the clubs that you're the smaller clubs, if you're getting paid, let's say a grand, the 1,200, you know what I mean? Uh, what I mean, you a lot of times you won't even get a deposit. You know what I mean? Why would you? And even if you get a couple hundred, the club will say, "Well, you know what? I'm not going to give you deposit. I'm going to give you deposit. It's going to be 200 or 300. Ain't going to give too much." And then if they at the end they say, "What happened to us on May 3rd?" Well, I know the guy. Okay, friend of mine. I said, "Okay, we made a deal, whatever." And then that Monday or Tuesday says, "Well, we didn't do enough promotion. There wasn't enough promotion." And one of my sponsors backed out. I said, okay. And he said, and I haven't seen much on your page. So I said, well, I mean, honestly, our job is to go perform, not to promote. If I was in business to promote, I'd promote. You know what I mean? But honestly, what happened the weekend before, the dance went bad. I saw it. See, that's the good thing with Facebook. You can see everything. The dance was bad. Let's just call it the way it was. And he probably lost money there, and he didn't want to run the risk of losing money the next week, which is a very good possibility. I understand that. So I I didn't get bummed out about it. Don't even get me started on that subject, Johnny. No, because a lot now. If it's una boda or quinceañera, that's a little bit different because those are privates where you're probably going to be collecting 800, maybe $1,000 up front. Now that's a lot harder for them to what do you call it, back out on that one. And I've had people back out on that one. You know what I mean? And they go to another route, or something happens. Los novios ya no se van a casar. The quinceañera, I don't know, whatever. You know, I mean, the stories are endless of things that can happen. But like I said, a lot of the clubs they don't really work. It's not a lot of money. And even if, let's say, you had a contract, what good is it for you? You know what it's going to cost you to go and try to collect her some money? You know how much it costs to go to get a lawyer? What were we talking earlier, Tiger? There ain't a lot of money in this business. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So are you going to go fight for $500 or $600 or $700? Yeah, $1,200. What you going to go fight for when a lawyer costs you over $2,000? You're losing money. You know what I mean? So it ain't worth it. Now, the bigger bands who are charging 15, 20, 25,000, well, that's a different story. Maybe you might. Maybe a lawyer, $2,000, $2,500 lawyer can get you some money or send a letter and get you some of your money. You know what I mean? Well, you still, if they owe you 10,000 and it's only going to cost you 2,500, well, you'll get 7,500. A simple math. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about 800, 1,000, $1,500, the lawyer's going to charge you more than that. You know what I mean? Take your losses, lick your wounds, and move on to the next one. Hey, we're masters. Me and my brother Johnny are masters of licking our wounds, brother. And we'll sit here and laugh about it because you know what? When we get up and so, dude, if the Monterrey show goes on, one people that says, y'all know y'all gonna get a lot of calls. I said, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I said, but I'll tell you one thing, we're gonna bring the house down. I know that. When we get up, we're going to bring the house down. People are going to love it. We're going to put a phenomenal show. And if that happens, that could be the launching pad that we're looking for, hopefully. And like I said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what are we going to do? I'm going to be here kicking it with you a couple of times a year, telling you these stories. And we'll be showing that footage on your show. So, like I said, I mean, just keep it down, humble. Like I said, and make friends. That's what I've seen. So I've been back. I see the camaraderie between all the hosts of the shows, the artists, and everybody within the industry, and that's what I think it's all about. And this when I was younger, it wasn't like that. It was totally different to what it is today. Because, well, there was a lot of money to be made in those days. There's a lot of greed. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, there's money. So everybody wants money. Promoter, managers, everybody wants money. Now that there's not so much money to be made, well, there's not as much greed. Pretty. I mean,
Mhm.
it's pretty mathematics, simple. You know what I mean?
Now it's not greed for money. Now, I mean, I'm not. I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but
That's so.
now it's not greed for money. Now it's greed for fame. Now promoters and stuff. They nowadays. I'm gonna be honest with you because I've dealt with basically everybody. Nowadays, I think the promoters want to be more famous than the artist, and that's what's hurting the industry. Is the promoters want their name in lights, and the artist is going to be down here, and the promoter wants to be up here.
But
That's what's
it's
hurting.
all yeah, but it's always been that way. The only reason why it seems that way more now than it did back then is social media. That's why you say that because it's more upfront. You see it. It was always that way, but like I said, you didn't see it so much back in the day because you didn't have social media. Today, you just said you talk a lot of people. You follow people. You can follow them right now. Pick up your phone. And you all the people you're talking about. You go scroll. You can go right to their page and know exactly what they're doing, where they're at, and everything, what they're thinking. Right? Am I right?
Uh-huh.
You weren't going to do that in 96, 97, 98. That was impossible. So the mentality, I believe, was still the same. It's just it's more out there today. That's why you see it like that through that prism. You know what I mean? But I mean, the artist's always been last, and at this point, man, I really don't care as long as if you have a good time. I see your show, man, and I see how you are, and I meet you live, and when you're doing your thing, bro, that's inspirational. You know what? When I see that, my brother said the same thing. Man, this dude loves this shit. I said, oh yeah. Oh yeah, well, oh yeah. Trust me, this guy, he's all heart, bro. You gotta respect it. That's why I like. That's why I like to do this. And man, he's like us. He's just all heart. I mean, dude, you see it all over him when you're speaking to the people, when you're talking to the people. You see that, and that's inspiring. You know what I mean? That's the same thing we are. We get up there, you see how much we love to do this, and same thing. All these shows that I see they're going. Most of the hosts, they love what they do. You know what I mean? They ain't getting paid to do it, but they love it, man. You know what I mean? It's
I know
awesome,
some
though.
people think we get paid. I'm like, no, we don't get paid.
Whatever. Que bueno fuera. No.
And
Go
and the
ahead.
thing about it is, like we spoke earlier, brother. It's like my family even told me. They said, bro. They said, can we tell you something? I said, yeah.
Let me
What's
tell
that?
you something.
They said, they said, bro. They said, you used to be 100% Tejano. He said, because I did everything. I played old school, La Movida, Fama, Excelencia, Estrella, all of that.
Oh yeah.
But then I started my Tiger Eyes show, and I started, seeing the onda. And the thing that I noticed is, the legends are always going to have a platform. Like you said, Jaime Dianda is always going to have a platform because he's
Oh
Jaime
yes.
Dianda.
Oh yes.
Stephanie Montiel is always going to have a platform because she's
Oh
Stephanie
yeah. Of
Montiel.
course.
Okay, you have the newcomers that nobody wants to give them a chance. You have like the Bianca Reeses, and the Alize Ninos
Oh yes.
that nobody wants to give them a chance, because they're like, what is Bianca gonna do for me? Or the Stephanie Montiel, Stephanie Montiel is gonna do more for me, than what a Bianca Reese is,
Well,
you
since
know.
you're getting into it, Tiger, let me go ahead and run with this, okay? I'm gonna run with this, bro. That's exactly what happened in the late '90s. They thought that the Jay Pettises, the David Lee Garzas, the Ram Herreras, the Joe Lopez's were never gonna get old. The Michael Salgados, the Desperados. So why do I need to mess with? I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about 2000, 2001,
Uh-huh.
2002. Okay, the Tejano scene. They needed the Blanca Rises and the Alize Ninos in 2000, 2001 because
Uh-huh.
right then where that was the future. When you sacrificed the future back in 99, 2000, and you chose to take these handful of artists, and exactly what you're saying, well, why do I need a new artist? This artist will make me so much more money. Well, this artist eventually is going to get old, and guess what? They ain't the demographic that you need for any industry to thrive is a demographic from 15 to 30.
Mhm.
Okay, and those are youngsters. The youngsters, I'm sorry, 15 to 25 to 30, Tejanos, they would fall in that demographic. They don't want to hear Jay Perez. They don't want to hear David Ligarza. We do. They don't want to hear David Dianda, Jaime Dianda. They don't want to see those. They don't want to hear those because. But there's no Tejano genre left because they didn't create the Bianca Ruizes and Alize Ninos. They needed them in 2000 because those are going to be the future stars. Those were going to be the ones that were going to turn on that younger demographic. And then from there, they pass on to the next ones. And you have to, that's why every genre has to have new stars. If you don't have new stars, you're sacrificing the future of your genre. Let's be honest. Look, think about it. Every other genre. You know what I mean? If it doesn't change, and by and large, your children do not want to listen to the music that you listen to. I don't know why. Just very few. I did not want to listen to Elvis Presley and the Beatles when I was a kid. You know what I mean? That was my mom and my dad's music. You know what I mean? And so forth, generation after generation. So why do we believe as Tejanos that our children were gonna love the same stuff that we loved? You know what I mean? It's great for us. That's why we are who we're at. It's a few influential program directors from the late 90s who are responsible for this. I don't care how you want to look at it, how you want to chalk it up. That is the truth, and that's why we don't have it now. Today, I can understand. After you skip the generation, I can understand why you don't want to give an Alice Nino and a Bianca Ruiz because there's nobody who wants to listen to them. Not that they don't want to listen to them. It's they need that younger demographic to like them, and the industry didn't make that demographic. So it doesn't exist. That's why they would rather. What everybody knows is Stephanie Montiel. You're right. An Elida Reina, a Shelly Lares. Of course, because they're feeding that music to our demographic. The demographic that these ladies need doesn't exist because they didn't make it in the late 99, 2000, 2001. They should have made a demographic. They should have appealed to a younger demographic, and they didn't. And we got old, and unfortunately, that's why they can't have younger stars. It's so hard. I mean, you got the Kuunto Cats. Think about it. And these guys are good. This is a good group, man. They're tight. They play together every weekend. They play all the time. Dude, these are young guys, and they're playing to a bunch of old people because the demographic that they need, when we were playing at that age, we had a bunch of 15, 16, 17-year-olds that we were playing to. We go to the Valley. You had a bunch of teenagers watching us. And we're the same age as those guys. Those guys, they ain't many by and large. They ain't a lot of teenagers at those dances because that demographic does not want to hear that music. These are facts. These are facts. They're undebatable and they're unamendable.
Roxanne Reese says absolutely love the legends. They deserve their platforms, but there are some legends like Jesse Turner that gave Bianca a chance, or like Anthony Quintanilla that is willing to collaborate with the newbie. And that is correct because even a lot of legends nowadays don't do like what you're doing right now, wanting to give the newbies a chance because they're afraid. They're like, what if I give, Bianca a chance and we don't hit? That's going to make me look bad. And
that's what led to where we're here right now. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything bad, but let's just say that in the late 90s, I knew a few big time Tejano artists. I didn't know this personally, but I heard it. And I'm gonna tell it to you. I'm not gonna say who the bands they were. Let's just say they were the kingpins at that time. Okay. You had radio, big radio. Corporate radio, KXTN, you had Kakukuka, you had Kick, all the sister stations, okay? If you were KXTN, which everything was driven through KXTN in San Antonio, everybody knows this. Everything came through. If it was a hit in KXTN, it was hit all over the state of Texas. That's it. If you could make number one hit there, everywhere it was going to follow. No problem. Okay, if you've got the top artists at the time, and they don't like a particular group, and they tell you, let's just say you're the program director, okay? You're the program director, and I'm the artist, the top artist at that time. And I don't like a particular artist. And I say, hey, look, Tiger, if you play that artist over there, I'm never going to go to one of your events. I'm never going to perform at one of your events. And I'm the kingpin. Everybody wants me at your event. at their event, what would you do? You're not going to play that artist because you want me at your event, correct? Right?
Yes, you're exactly
Okay,
right.
because you know that artist, if you bring it to one of your events, man, you're gonna tell you know what that's gonna do to your event. It's gonna blow up. Okay, so if you're on their bad side or they don't like you, that number one artist at that time, and they're gonna tell the program director, if you bring that band or if you play that band, I'm not going to play for your events. Now that doesn't exist anymore because big radio doesn't matter anymore. You understand? But at that time, that's what I'm trying to tell you. A few very influential people led to where we're at right now. It's the truth. I mean, it is what it is. We played all the. I'm hoping I get played all the time. It's funny because, dude, we're talking about a whole different time. I mean, the KXTN, man, it was it. I mean, dude, I'm just telling you, everything was KXTN, and
Everything.
there, and big artists. Some of the big artists also were a reason why they were not new talent built up. Like you said, the legend or the kingpin of that time doesn't want anybody to rival them specifically on big radio. You know what I mean? I mean, no, you don't want them to take your throne. You're scared that somebody's going to take your throne, but the throne has to be passed. You know what I mean? The corona, the crown has to be passed. It has to, so that there could be a future for your genre. If not, this is where we're at. The few people are the reason to blame. Is he there? Did he freeze up? I think he froze up, Natalia.
Yeah.
We can't run the show. Oh, you
I
back?
was
I'm back.
What
Hey,
happened,
you
man?
froze up, bro. Hey, we don't
We
have the
are
host.
closed.
We don't have the host. What do you call it? Availability over here. Right?
Man, we're breaking boundaries, man. We even breaking the internet. The internet started going crazy.
And it's funny because you couldn't say this 15 years ago. 15 years ago, you said this, you were going to ruffle a lot of feathers and you're going to be blackballed everywhere. Today, nobody even gives a shit. You know what I mean? They don't, because there's big radio doesn't exist anymore. You have all these internet radio stations. That's why it's so important to talk with all the little internet radio. There's so many of them because there ain't a lot of listeners on one, but you get a few here, a few here, a few here. Back in the day, just get played on KXTN. Everything was that doesn't exist anymore. You need every single little tiny radio station. There are 5 or 10 or 15 listeners, 5 or 10 here, because that's the world that we live in. That's why you have to talonearle to get your music out there, do the interviews, all of that stuff with all the little podcasts, with all the little internet radio stations, because collectively it's how you're going to build a fan base. It ain't built like it was back in the late 90s. He's very supportive. You look worried, laugh out loud. I looked worried. Yeah, because I didn't have the ability to continue the show, or what do you call it? Turn off the exit the live feed. So Natalia and I are just gonna be looking at it. So well, I guess I'm gonna have to
and it's true. It's true. There is a million. There's probably a million podcasts. Probably
yes.
There's probably like hundreds going on right now. And that's where what you said is true. You just have to have the, I guess, I know, how can I put it? I'm gonna put it to you this way. It's 10:30 right now. It's 10:30, and Natalia right now is probably tripping out because I don't think she's ever been on the show at 10:30 at night that still has all these viewers on. Am I lying, Natalia?
Right.
I mean, 10:30 at night, and we are still rocking hard. Look, we got DJ Extreme in the house. We have Heather Jolina Cantar. Sammy Torres went to work, and she
came back.
And we're still jamming right now. She's excited because she made it back. We have Jose
There being made
Oliva.
glad I was born later. Sammy thought I was glad I was born later. There's pros and cons, Sammy. There's pros and cons. I'm gonna tell you there are pros and cons, but I'll tell you this. Talking to Sammy, talking to you, you guys. If you told me right now, I mean, it's a generation thing, I think, because my dad, if you'd asked him back in the '90s, you asked me right now, if I could stay here or go back to 1995, it ain't even close. And I'm sacrificing a lot. This here was impossible. Cell phones, what they do didn't exist in 1995. But if I could go back, I mean, like that, I'm going back. And it's a generational thing. I'm quite sure someone from this time would say, "Oh hell no, I'm gonna go back." Oh, let me tell you, there's a better. And you're sacrificing all this technology and all this. I have my studio here in 1995. This was impossible for me to have this. It wasn't possible. Yeah, the stuff that I have here, sitting here, this equipment did not exist. I could not have a little recording studio here for $10,000 or $12,000. It wasn't possible. The equipment was just way too expensive. But I'll sacrifice it all to go back to 1995, and I won't think twice. I don't care. It's the truth because I experienced both that end and this end, and I mean, and if you look at it, in the '90s to the '50s and the '60s, when Elvis Presley, I remember, dude. Have you seen the movie Elvis Presley when they're listening to that 45 at the beginning? The guy's white. They didn't know. Think about it. They're listening to this, whatever. You don't know what the guy looks like, what the girl looks like. You have no clue. You're just playing it on a 45 or a record. Well, not go back. Well, you know why? Because you didn't experience the what we're discussing. You know what I mean? Trust me. Because, like I said, in the 50s and the 60s, people would travel. I mean, unbelievable miles to go watch an artist because they didn't know what they looked like. Think about that. In our time, you knew what everybody looked like. There was posters and stuff. There was TV. In the 50s and 60s, there was just the radio. So you only had your imagination. That's why it was so much more impactful, the performances in the 50s and 60s to even our time. To this time, now you go to this time, dude, I don't need to go see Intocable. All I can do is just go and one of my friends and somebody sitting there in their performance and they're videoing it. So why do I have to go pay $100 to go watch them when somebody's going live showing the entire? When Johnny goes, when the Intocable comes here to Corpus here in November, I don't have to go watch him. Johnny paid it. He's going to be live. Him and Angel are going to be live. So if I want to watch Intocable, I can watch Intocable's performance from the comfort of my house, and I don't have to pay $150.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That hurts ticket sales, don't you think?
Exactly.
And massively. How do you get people in there when everybody in there? Now, I know that there's some performances that they don't allow you to video. Well, that's great. I said, but now the downside of that, here we go. There's a double in the sword. The downside of that is, well, you don't have anything on social media, but this other guy does. So how do you got to keep up with that guy? That guy's got all his live performances. People can go watch him over there, but I ain't going to do that. You see what I'm saying? So now the people are starting to say, well, hell, Intocable don't let anybody stream or go live, Facebook Live. I ain't going to go see them. You see what I'm saying? It's a no-win situation. It's bad. It's a no-win situation. That's what I say. That did not exist in 1995. If Intocable came, and that was 2 hours away, and that's the closest they were going to come, guess what? I'm going to save my money, and I'm going to go watch Intocable 2 hours away. Mm-hmm. Social media rules the world. It does. But there's pros and cons.
Brother? You know what? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all Tiger Maes family members, correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes when you're recording live, the quality is not there. Mm-hmm. It's not there. Like, for example, Sammy Torres, I mean, if you go see her live, she's phenomenal. But if somebody's recording and
depending on where they're standing, depending on how good their phone is, if it compresses the new ones, it'll compress it right there by the thing. Where's your internet? Do you have good service there? Because the streaming, how fast is streaming? If you got good service, well, it's going to be great footage. If you're stuck on the booty somewhere spotting, Facebook will be back in a little bit whenever there's service. But by and large, you know what? Okay, I got you one performance. I missed you. You know what? One of my friends will be at your next performance, and I'll catch your next performance. Is that not true? Or is that, so once again, why do I have to go out when I can see every Frontera when it gets San Antonio? Oh my goodness! You know how many of my Facebook friends were there? I just decide which one of these feeds do I want to see. Oh, I want to see the right side of the stage. I want to see the left side of the stage. I want to see the one from up here. There were so many people going live on Facebook. I saw the entire performance right here, and I didn't pay $1,000 or $800 or whatever the hell that was. But in 1995, if you wanted to see a band of that caliber, you ain't gonna see it from the comfort of your house. You're gonna go spend that money, and you're gonna travel 2 or 3 hours, because if you don't, it's the only way you're gonna see that band. You see, right. As the artist, you want people at your show. You do not want people sitting at their homes watching you perform, because you ain't getting their money. You need to get them in the venue, and social media kills that. And I don't care what anybody said. That's the truth, because I can pull up the phone right now and anybody performing. If I got Facebook friends all over the country. In Vegas, guess what? Same thing. I watched Jennifer Pena last year. I watched Culturas, and it was pick which side of the stage did I want to watch Jennifer Pena from. That was it. Did I want to watch her from the right side, the left side, the front, up front, whatever? And I just scrolling through there, whichever one I liked, whichever feed I wanted to watch it.
You're so correct. Sammy Torres says, I prefer to connect with people in person. Anyone comes out to a show I'm a part of,
beautiful,
come by the merch booth,
yes,
because I will stand there and take
photos. That's it, because that's a connection. I told it to Rock when I was on the PVT. I said, look, I miss. That's why I told you here, Tiger, I want to be sitting there right next to you, bullshitting right in front, because that, I'm seeing you here, but it ain't the same as sitting right next to you. What's up? You know, that human connection. We don't have it here. This is great. Don't get me wrong. If you had to choose between nothing and this, well, it's this. But I miss going that radio promotion and, going and sitting there, shaking the hand of that person, going and eating lunch after the interview, and just talking and getting to know that person face to face, what kind of person they are, shake their hand. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Call me old fashioned. I don't know.
No, you're right. Bianca Reese says, well, stop allowing people to record performances.
That's right. We discussed that. But my point is, if your competition is still allowing it, you're behind. You understand? That's that double-edged sword that I'm talking about. I'd rather pay the price to see them live in person. Nothing like being there live. You know what? There's some people like that. And thank the Lord for people like him, because if it wasn't for people like that, guess what? The shows would be empty.
Yes.
Think about that. I've heard this about the NFL, talking in the future. The way TV is, people like to watch, people like to watch, they enjoy watching it at home better than in there, that they can see a day when there is no people at the stadium, like it was in the pandemic. They just up the price to everybody at home, because everybody likes watching it at home or on their phone or whatever. Hear me say koozies in person.
Have you ever heard us say koozies?
Dude, come out here and say koozies in person. Ay. No, I go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right, because honestly, in my opinion, I do feel I'd rather see it on TV, because I think you get more out of the commentators. They make it more exciting.
Right. Then when you're there, you're expecting. I go to the NFL game and I'm like, where are the people talking? They don't talk, because you gotta watch it. But on TV, you're hearing the color commentator and the main guy talk about it, and you're used to watching it that way. Puro pinche.
Oh man!
Here we go. Here we go. Ay.
Where's this guy come from? We're gonna have to ban this guy from the show, man. DJ, he's heading us down, brother.
Because it's different times. I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and tell the youngsters that their world is not a great world, because if you'd have told me that when I was young, I wouldn't have believed you either. You know what I mean? So it's a generational thing. Like I said, I wouldn't expect my son to want to go back to 1985. You know what I mean? He's from this time. He loves the world just the way it is. And if you tell you 1985, you ask my dad, he wants to go back to the 1955. You know what I mean? He didn't want to be in 1985. He wants to go back to 1955 because those are his glory days. You know what I mean? It was his time. And it's a generational thing, and I'm not going to change. I'm not going to sit here and argue with any of the youngsters because that's a losing battle either way. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, you can understand because you were there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You saw that. How do you get somebody who never saw it, who never experienced it, to tell them that time was better than this time? You can't. That's why it's LeBron James. And everybody says LeBron James today is better than Michael Jordan. No, I'm sorry. Michael Jordan, there will never be another Michael Jordan. There will never be another Barry Sanders. Punto. And not because they're from my time, because it just is what it is.
Well,
But I'm not. I agree with you. But I will say this: I'm not gonna hold it against anybody who says from this time that says LeBron's better. I understand it. It's the guy it's their king. You know what I mean? Our king is Michael Jordan. We can sit here and argue semantics all the time, all you want, numbers and everything like that, but it's a generational thing. It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right. But Michael Jordan still is the best, though.
He is the best. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm so happy they're bringing back out the Jordan line, Jordan shirts, Jordan sweats. I bought mine. I got a couple of Jordans that I just bought. Now, this is the Jordan cap too.
Okay, Bobby DJ Extreme is we're not gonna ban them because he's
the Spurs. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're all Spurs fans. Okay, you can stay.
We need to get Wimby. We need to get Wimby back healthy. Okay, that's number one.
Exactly.
And then with De'Aaron Fox, right there, that's those are your guys right there. You can build. I think you can build a championship team around those two guys right there. But they got to be healthy.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Bugs Bunny, it's better than Jordan. I see it on Space Jam.
I want to know where Sammy Torres went to go work at. I think she went to go work at the bar or something.
Ay. Unbelievable.
Wow, this has to be up there with one of the best of the best of the best of the best Tiger Eye shows. Because
well, Tiger, I appreciate it. Like I said, next time don't give me a little bit more than 12 hours. A little bit more 12 hours. What do you call it? Heads up, okay? Hey, but you started this by saying that what do you call it? Well, you never know what you're gonna get into. You're a last minute thing, and look where we're at right here.
Exactly. I mean thank you. That's why I always gotta say thank you to all my Tiger Eye Show family members, because that's what we are, family. I mean, Natalia, I don't even think Natalia's ever stayed up this late a day in her life. I mean, I think she's been on some shows where, it's probably this time, and she's probably
about this
I need to go to the restroom, and probably stays in the restroom till they get off. But she has been, we still got a lot. Bobby Extreme is barely, and he's not even going to sleep. He's probably going to the club. That's why he's saying good night. We know
he's probably going to the club.
Sammy Torres went to work and she came home and she's enjoying the show.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you for tuning in, Sammy. Appreciate it. I like the going back and forth. This is good. That's why we have these shows, right, Tiger? So that we can have the viewers chat and we'll bring them into the show. That's what makes these shows great. The interaction with the viewers. You got quite a bit of that, and that's great.
Yeah, well, because the way I've always seen it, Anthony, is we go pay, $10, $15, $20, whatever, to go see, for example, Potente. And then what do we get? Potente goes up on stage, they put on a badass show, they get off stage, we get to take a picture, we wait in line, get one picture, and that's it. We don't get to know Grupo Potente. We don't get to, we just like damn, I just wasted almost $300 on ticket sales, on beer, on food, and I got a picture, but that's it. And then not only that, sometimes you even got to pay for the picture.
No, I hear that. Bianca, thank you for staying on. I really appreciate it. It was good to get to know you. Yes, we will talk soon for
Wow.
sure. That would be great.
Bianca Reese, like I said, she's in bed by 7 o'clock.
We kept her up, Tiger. We kept her up.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
dude, it's been a great show. Thank you for having me on, Tiger. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I don't know why you can message me anytime you want. You know that. You can message me and I'll get later that day. If I don't get it right away, it's because I'm working. Then I get my phone. I'll hit you back. I said, let's not wait so long. Let's not wait. You don't need Gavino to get a hold of me. You get a hold of me directly. Okay. You do not need to go through Gavino. You can message me directly and we don't have to wait this long.
Wow. Well, you know what? We're going to do part 2. Part 2 of this interview, I guarantee everybody it's going to be in-house.
That's right. Let's see if we can do something in August.
In August, well, for sure. August. Let me see what August.
Because I'll usually take a weekend off in August, or a Friday, Saturday. I'll get out over there on a Friday or so, and I'll get out over there and I'll spend the weekend over there because it's before I start getting into the hunting season. That's what I do, a hunting guide. So my wife and I will take a middle week, second or third week of August to spend the weekend over there. And if we get out there Friday, well, let's see. I'll let you know, or let me know. Just pick a date on a Friday in August, and we'll hit it up right there.
Exactly. Sammy Torres says she wants to be here too.
Pues Sammy. Well, okay, but you just be ready, or we'll be there. All Tiger has to do is pick the Friday there in August so that I can make sure and get it off, so I can get out over there. Ya está. I need to know pretty quickly so that I can tell my boss, hey, I'm taking this weekend off.
Okay. You know what? It's going to be a big one because we're going to bring you. We're going to bring Sammy. We're going to bring Natalia. We're going to make Natalia travel all the way from in the boondocks. She lives out there. I don't know where she lives.
Are you ready to rent a room that weekend? Because that's a long drive.
3.5 hours. Yeah.
It's about right. That's right. Hey,
Exactly.
it's about 2 for me. So
So we're going to do the next one. It's going to be an in-house. It's in August.
Yes,
we're going to have all the, you know what? Fluff it. We're even going to bring Bianca Reese. I'm going to have Bianca Reese in-house
There
too.
we go. It's on.
It's on. But thank y'all. And it's been a phenomenal. But you know what? Y'all are promoting a certain song, Anthony. What song are you promoting?
Right now, Arrepiéntate. Do you have that one queued up before we go?
Who are you talking to?
You have that one queued up before we go?
Whoa. What's the name of it one more time?
I'm in love with that 6 hours. That means you have to come down and spend the weekend. And then Antonio, find something to do. I'm gonna find something to do. I'm gonna be there Friday, and my wife and I will go shopping or go somewhere on Saturday and Sunday.
Exactly. You know what?
Exactly what's gonna happen.
You know what? Con el favor de Dios, we're looking at a nice apartment. We're gonna be relocating, and con el favor de Dios, the apartment we're looking at has a beautiful pool. Ooh. Oh my gosh. The whole weekend we're just gonna sit by the pool and just sit by the pool.
Just sit by the pool.
I don't drink. So I think I'll have my Diet Coke with me.
There you go.
And we're just gonna it has internet service outside, so
there you go. Tiger Family Reunion.
That's what we're gonna call it. So,
yeah, I like it. Hey, first annual, Tiger. First annual.
That's right.
There you go. Love it.
So, well, thank you. I like to say thank you to all the Tiger Eye Show family members. Thank y'all, each and every one of y'all, for tuning in. Thank y'all for staying up this late with us.
Gonna be drunk.
Thank you to Anthony Quintanilla from the bottom of my heart.
No problem.
Anthony, thank you for doing this. Thank you to my awesome, great, new co-host, Natalia.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Natalia, your first show, nearly 4 hours. I mean, God, Jesus, it must be brutal. Man, I hope they aren't all like this. I hope they aren't all like
Where are you going to get a 4-hour show that has everybody still on?
No problem, Roxanne. Thank you for
On
staying
a
on. I
Monday.
appreciate it. on a
Monday. But thank you. But last but never least, thank you, Conjunto Ben. Much love to you, brother. All the SAS Radio family members. Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you, each and one. But last but not least, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank your wife, Anthony. Thank you to your wife for sparing you. I mean, for sparing you for 5 hours.
No,
5 hours with us.
she kind of knows that once I get in here, it doesn't know. I mean, I've been on some of these very long interviews, and they're great. Like I said, you get a lot of good insight, and like I said, I've done a couple hours with Juan one time, and I've had 100. This is the longest one, but an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours I've done, and she already knows that, and I don't mind it, man. What else am I gonna do on a Monday evening? I mean, come on, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go watch TV until the middle of the night, and that's what we musicians do.
I mean, yes, that's what the Tiger Eye show is. I mean, you know what, Jesse Torres, if you're watching, you need to give the award for the longest podcast. And if I don't take that award, then there's something wrong.
That's all good, man.
I hold the record for the longest award shows, but I'm blessed that I still have all the Tiger Eye Show family members.
Oh, if you see Jesse, you tell him I said hi. But you see him because I don't see him, but I know you do. But tell him I said what's up.
I sure will. I'll be seeing him. Well, I'll be seeing him Sunday, because Sunday is the All-Star Music Awards.
Awesome.
Free to let everybody know who made top 5. And then Monday will be the official awards show. And con el favor de Dios, I'll bring home the Podcast of the Year award.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Yes,
let's make it happen.
Okie dokie. Well, ya con esta le despedimos. Potente.
Thank you, guys. Natalia, good to meet you. Y'all take care. Tiger, hasta luego.
Good
Nos
night.
vemos.
Bye-bye.
So they didn't show up to the event, which cost the venue a whopping $250,000. On other news, the Conjunto Powerhouse band Potente racked up 5 VIP Music Awards at the VIP Music Awards. But that was not the highlight of the night. Our very own Jill Flowers captured the whole moment. And we're live here at the VIP Awards. We have Potente in the house. Here we have Q. So Q, how are you feeling winning 5 music awards?
We're truly blessed and honored to have won these awards. We want to thank everybody.
So, Q, how are you feeling about winning 5 music awards?
What just happened here?
Come on, babe, let's go. Is that his wife? Oh, no. That wasn't his wife. I'd rather be on the hook for $250,000 than to be caught on that hook. That's it for tonight. Join us next week for more Whispers and Rumors on Whispers, Rumors, and More. I'm your host, Ambrosia Rose. Good night.
Are you kidding me?
What? I don't even know who she is.
Are you kidding me?
I'm serious, babe. She just showed up out of nowhere. I have no idea who she is. Hey, where are you going?
I'm done.
Ahora que te vas, no sé qué hacer. Dejas a mi vida, a mi alma y mi ser. Ahora que te vas, siento dolor. Es que yo te amo con todo el corazón. Y yo no sé si te podré olvidar, ni tampoco sé si lo podré soportar. No te vayas, por favor, te lo pido con el corazón. Arrepiéntete, arrepiéntete, que sin ti la vida no va a ser igual. Arrepiéntete, arrepiéntete, todos mis errores por ti voy a cambiar. Y yo no sé si te podré olvidar, tampoco sé si lo podré soportar. No te vayas, por favor, te lo pido con el corazón. Arrepiéntete, arrepiéntete, que sin ti la vida no va a ser igual. Arrepiéntete, arrepiéntete, todos mis errores por ti voy a cambiar.
Action.
That's it for tonight. Join us next week for more whispers and rumors on the rumors and whispers and more. I'm your host, Ambrosia Rose. Have a good night. After all these rumors, I need a drink.
Oh my god.
Action.
Are you kidding me?
What? I don't even know who she is.
And we're live here at the VIP Awards with Potente.
Yeah,
Action.
Whoa, I just died in your Hey, look at him. Oh my god, cut! Cut!
I didn't hear a difference in one of them.
$150,000. On other news, Grupo.
Cut.
Now was younger, I had to wake up from a cold world. Had to get it all on my own. I got no handouts, but still I stand out. And no step until the whole world sees me blow up like a phoenix, rise from the demons. They wanna see me fall, but it won't happen now. If you believe it, oh, you can achieve it. But once you got that fire, don't let it go.